All right. Well, that looks like that's going to fix it. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, well, just give me a second here to make sure everything is Gucci, and we will get going on this build. I had a couple flubs launching the stream here. I don't know, I hadn't streamed from my laptop in a while, so I guess it was probably some configuration settings or something. But looks to be working now. Just make sure get it going in my ears so that I've got it audio correct. Beautiful. That is indeed working. Okay. Oh, go ahead and switch it up. Well, what's up? Hi, everybody. I am going to be building a computer today. This is the case. It's awesome. I'm super excited about it. It's a thermal tank. Whoa. All right. It is a Cooler Master. It is the Masterbox Q500L. It's a small form factor, full size combo. I don't know. I like the teeny computers, as you can tell with this one back here. This computer's been working fine for me for many years, and it is just time to upgrade. So this is a 4th gen. This is an i7 4790K with 16 gigs of RAM. Currently has a 2070 sitting inside of it. We're going to be snagging that out of there and dropping it in this because I'm going to be upgrading to a 7700K. I had a friend that just moved up to a 10th gen, and he had a 7th gen. So I said, you know what? I need to upgrade, and we just kind of did one of those numbers. And here we are. So yeah, today I got all the tech juju around me. I've got like a 1650 just kind of chilling here in the corner. I've got a 2060 also hanging out in the corner here. I think the 2060 is probably going to go in that rig, and then that one's getting sold to a lucky person. I don't know who yet, but we'll find out. So yeah, we're gonna have some fun doing this build. I'm anticipating probably 2 hours is what it's gonna take. It's my first time working with this case, so my mileage may vary, and I don't know how many fans, but too many to install. I did have one downside to this build because I was super excited. I actually had received a 240 millimeter radiator that was going to go along the top here, but unfortunately that got some damage during shipping, so I won't be installing that today. So I had to run out to my local provider and picked up a replacement for. In the meantime, we're going to drop the H60 in there. Not even technically 1151 compatible, as it only lists 1150 and 1155, but as we all know, those it's really only the chip on the die that those standards are really conforming to. So as long as it fits for those two, it will fit for 1151. So without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and get everything set here. I'm gonna tilt you down, hopefully to like right about, yeah, that seems about right. And then I am going to load up another camera here, and if I do this, then that should, look at that, it works. So now I have you over here, which is great because that's where chat is, so make sure to say hello if you are here and watching, because I'm able to see your response and all that. You know the stuff, it's live. I don't have to tell you. Anyways, so yeah, I guess we can go ahead and get started. First things first, I know I need to get the power supply in here, so I'm going to go ahead and get this guy out of the way, and I'm going to strap up because, can't be shocking my electronics here. Shouldn't even have moved the board with that, but I like to live life dangerously sometimes. This is also the most exciting part about PC building is putting on your ankle strap so that you don't electrocute the build. That's super important. Oh. actually need to snag a post. A grounding post. Because I'm gonna get grounded. In this case, it's a good thing. Alright, you seem like a fine specimen. So I'm just snagging a ground post so I can clip my alligator clips to it. Alright. Safety. Almost check. These are the things that I probably should have done before starting up, but you know, it helps to see the whole process. Alright, so I'm officially grounded. We're safe. Alright, yeah. So I'm probably going to be working on most of the build in this fashion. So first thing I'm going to do is go and just strip it of some of the cosmetic things. So it's got this magnetic dust filter on the front of it. I'm going to go ahead and yank that off because I don't want to ding that up. And then I've got another one on the bottom here that has some rubber grommets of sorts. 1, 2, 3 of them that I've already dropped that I don't want to lose. So we'll go ahead and pop these off, get them in the parts tray. So, alright, so now that that's popped off here, we can go ahead and set this guy aside and set these in the parts tray. Excellent. I'm going to be snagging this fan off of here because who even uses case fans, right? Man, it's not even a thing. I wonder if I can move myself down into a better location. I guess right here. Whatever. It all works. Alright. Removing a fan. Hurrah. Exciting. Fast times at building a computer. Parts tray. Okay. Parts tray number 2. Should left myself a little more room, but whatevs. Not hungry, but I'm chicken winging it. Alright, we've successfully moved down to 3 viewers. Somebody out there is doing something more interesting. Alright, so we have pulled a Cooler Master fan. I guess this would be my close-up fan. My close-up view. Cooler Master fan, nothing really special. Throws over shoulder. Alright, so now that that's out, we're going to go ahead and start working on mounting the power supply. So the power supply in this case attaches to this shroud here, and, or I guess cowl, maybe, I don't know. Anyways, well, we're going to attach it in here, and then it's going to basically go here in the case, which, to give you a reference point, this is like the front where the CD bay, the optical drive, would normally be, is where the power supply is going to be in this case. So yeah, let's do it. First thing we got to do is get a power supply, right? So I've gone with the EVGA 600 bronze. You know, because money's a thing. Alright. Appreciate that, the nice setup. Only good attitude. I bet you only have a good attitude about this. Alright. So, snag this power supply out of here. This is EVGA. I trust them. Video cards, power supplies. They seem to do the job pretty well. Trust their support. Yeah, I'm super excited for this build. It's gonna look really nice in the end. All right. So we have a semi-modular power supply here. Velcro, mounting screws, and box. No stickers. Maybe there's some stickers. Is there stickers? No stickers. That's all right. But we did get Velcro. I'll take it. I'll take Velcro. All right. Okay, so EVGA. I like the coat on this. It's got like a sandblasted sort of look feel to it. All black. Of course, ports on the back. Plug on the top. That'll do it. I think eventually I am going to replace the fan inside of here. Of course, it will void the warranty doing that, but you know, YOLO. No, I like my RGB and everything, so I'll probably end up replacing that. Yeah, who doesn't like stickers? Everybody loves stickers. All right. Getting through the boxes and the bags here. So all of this I'm going to set aside for the time being because I won't need that for a few minutes. And I'm going to grab the screws that came with it and mount it to this guy. So, and this mounts inside of the case upright like this. So that means that it's got to be pulling, probably only fits one way. Yeah, it does. Bam. Beautiful. Love it. Alright. So, just put this here, grab some screws, and start doing the thing. Most of PC building is just putting things in the right place. So this is going to suck air from the front of the case and exhaust it out the top of the case. That's the logic behind the placement and the direction or orientation that I'm putting it in this now. I did some minor fan planning and routing, and I think I got enough adapters and extenders to make the runs I'm looking at. So we'll see how well we get everything synced and lit up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to snag a 8 terabyte hard drive out of this build down here, and an SSD and a 2070. So we'll just like, you know, cannibalize that rig in a few minutes here. And speaking of which, I should probably... Nah, I'm doing a fresh copy of Windows. Nice, we got a computer read. Yes, indeed. Doing the build thing. So, building a i7-7700K. It's a fun build. I got it right here. I got to clean it off because it wasn't used. I got my buddy who sent it to me and putting it together. So yeah, let's get this power supply mounted. Alright. So yeah, this case is kind of unique. It is like a small form factor build. So it is going to be a fun one. So, alright, you should be able to see in this area here. So I have to do everything like backwards because your camera's over here. I've actually tilted the camera just a little bit to see a little bit easier here. And yeah, so because I need to see where these holes go. Oh, I can see it now. So on the front of this case here, there's a nice etching that goes along here, and that lets you know where the screws need to be. If it's mounted here, or if it's up there. And then also for fans, if you were doing fans, 1, 2, 3, 4. So cool. Actually, I actually recognize where the holes are now that I'm looking for them. All right. Let's get that. Yes, this is a Cooler Master Masterbox Q500L. Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't remember my password. I'm just going to type it on my other account. Whoops. Excellent. Oh. All right. So I have the 4 screws that were installed here just sitting lightly threaded. Oh, nice. It actually fits flush, so I don't even need to like support it or anything. That's pretty convenient. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, and all the holes line up. Oh, that's such like a all the feels sort of moment. I'll get this other screw in and then I'll line it up so that you can see how well. Alright, so the power supply just like lined up in this, like, you can see the other loose screw down here, but every one of these holes just like lined up like nobody's business. It's pretty awesome. Alright. Numero trace. Alright, and cuatro. Would have liked to have seen some washers for this, like some black washers, which I have. Arguably I could put them in myself, but we'll go with the stock install for now. If I feel necessary, we can always add them later. That's how these things work. Yeah. Yeah, I had my radiator that I had slated for this build took a hit during shipping and did not make it, so bummer. Drink check. All right. Alright, so I can already see this is getting a little tight. Probably. Oh no, I should have plugged that in prior, shouldn't I have? The first build ward. I didn't plug in my power cable. Yep. Alright, and power supply comes back out so that I can plug in that cable. Alright, so first step, plug in power supply. I didn't realize it was so tight there. Alright. So literally have to plug it in prior to mounting it. I mean, it's a feature. Two. Yeah, I can't believe how well these holes all line up. It looks so good. It's like Swiss cheese. Cheese, please. I should have bench fit all of these parts together first before doing this, but YOLO. Alright. Alright, so first one down. So what do we got in here? Power. Obviously motherboard power and what? CPU power. Alright, and we're gonna stock those. I guess through this, if I can. Oh yeah. We're gonna be fishing wires, boys and girls. Fishing. All right, there we go. In business. Yeah, Z270 is an excellent chipset. I was actually happy to go with it. It's so solid and reliable. All right. Appear to have made it past the kink point. And then this motherboard is up the top, so this is just going to go straight through this one and right around. So that'll probably go just like that. That'll hang out here up in the top. If I need to, I can wind the excess of the power cable up here too. So, okay.
70K for selling.
Yeah. They're yeah, it's a gaming K7. That's exactly what this this motherboard is. And it's got a 7700 in it. Oh. All right. One down, so now we got to fish the power for the CPU. This one should be a little bit easier because it's not 20 pins and massive. I mean, I paid a little bit for it, but yeah, I do. I definitely appreciate my friend. Yeah, indeed it is. All right, so power and CPU are through. Power for motherboard and CPU power. I think next is going to be mounting the motherboard inside of the... I could do this one of two ways. I can mount the motherboard in first and then mount the block to it, or I can mount the block and then mount everything in. I'd prefer to clean this first because it's still got paste on it. So I think that's going to be the first step. So we'll get this guy out of here for a minute. Let's get some heft to it. We're going to clean up this area right here. I don't know if there's going to be a way for me to like zoom this. Copy, duplicate. And then maybe I can just like transform, zoom. Yeah, I mean, that works. Kind of. Cool. Alright. So we're going to be cleaning this off because it's a bit of a mess right now. So I'm going to need a few things. First of which is just a piece of plastic. And that's going to be like a piece of plastic to a container, or some sort of just a hard piece of plastic that we can get the excess that's on there off. So I'm going to go source that real quick. Alright, so of all things, I found a Texas Roadhouse, and it's still good, $25, and no expiration date, so what do you know? Alright, so we're just going to go ahead and start pulling all this off of here. Where to start? So I'm going to start on this far side and just lift off all of this excess. And I need a deposit. Yeah, this will be fine. So just somewhere that I can scrape off all of the excess thermal paste here. Looks like some of it made it down, but most of it pushed off on the sides. a little bit goes a long way when it comes to thermal paste. So you'll see when we put it down is you don't really need a whole mess. I mean, if somebody was interested, I would sell this board, but I mean, this is going to be my build for the time being, so I would have to build something else in order to sell this. Because I gotta have a computes. Know what I mean, dude? Alright. Alright. So the next thing I'm going to need is some Q-tips to get off more of this. Alright. That'll clean me up for now. I'll come back to that in a sec. Okay. Q-tips acquired. So this is just going to be cleaning of the area. Just going around the edges here really and just cleaning them up. There's really not a lot of spots on here that I can mess up, so to speak, by having excess thermal paste. They make it pretty foolproof and you know, not so hard on you. I need a napkin is what I need. My Pop-Tart napkin from earlier. Yeah, it's a good one. It's awesome, dude. So if I take it you're in the market for a new rig, you must have something of the older persuasion. Just cleaning up here. Do I have any alcohol in here right now? Nope. Oh, true. So then just as a collector thing. Congrats on the 10th gen. Bet that's nice. Oh man, yeah, we're gonna have to get under the lid on this one. Alright. Going under the hood. Yeah, I gotta clean up that there.
definitely all of this. So I've never seen quite glued down like that before, but oh, -10. Yeah, with given the right stuff, if you got a nitro on it or other super good cooling solutions, you can get down to sub temps. Yeah, so all of this thermal paste is just extra, not doing anything. The only spot that we need thermal paste is right between here and the water block. Alright, so I'm going to need one more Q-tip after this one, and some alcohol. Because I did get my finger on it once. Alright, one more and some alcohol and we'll call it. Alright. This is 91. I don't have any 99, so Okay, and ready to come back down.
We're on there.
Clean up the outside a little. Whoa, here. Squeaky clean. Well, I mean, its limiting factor is the RAM. You know, this is 16 gigs of some pretty high latency RAM. This is 19 PC4 1920. So, I mean, it's nice RAM, and it's 1636. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a limiting factor on it. Is just the speed of the RAM, but the board itself is great. You know, it's goes up to 7th gen Intel. You know, which is that's what's in it here, is basically the pinnacle of the 7th gen. Looks like this RAM got dinged up or something at some point.
I wouldn't call them dumb though. Definitely not. Alright, well, we'll clean up the Texas Roadhouse thing, get out of CPU world here, get this cooler, get this motherboard mounted and this cooler put in, and we will be on the road to an awesome rig. And who knows, maybe Texas Roadhouse at some point. Alright, so all of that can go bye-byes now. Now let's see if I need to break out my own thermal paste or if this is going to come with it. So forward over a bit here, because I don't even have a back plate or anything on it. Like, these caps look alright. Got a micro cloth here for this. Shiny. Oh yeah, extra shiny. Alright, so we'll go ahead and crack this guy open. So this is going to be an H60. I just want to see if I need to grab thermal paste or not, because that's a thing. I mean, it's right here, but I guess this is an opportune time to take a peek at what comes with the H60. How does this box open? Interesting. Alright. Oh, it's 2 of them from the side. No? Alright. Nope, it's just really, really tight. Must be good packaging. Alright, so we're greeted with installation manual, I'm sure. Some foam. A baby little water cooler. Fraction of what I was just dealing with. And some mounting plates and some screws. Beautiful. Alright. The H100i? I thought the H100i is like, you know, two 120 mils.
is just like a smaller. So I tried to mount one of these in. Alright, so yeah, I won't need thermal paste. Thermal paste is already going to be applied on here, so I actually don't need to do anything. I'll just drop it on there and we'll call it a day. Alright, so we're getting somewhere. We got a fan that I probably won't use, just a normal 4-pin mount. Beautiful. What does this say we need to do? Is for hot rooms. Interesting. Alright, so we're going to need the 1150 back plate, which is going to be this guy. And then we'll need the Intel plate, so we need to put that. So we got to mount this in there. Fan and radiator. The shorter of these guys. So short. No, that's a 2011. 2011, so I'll use this one, that one, and that one. Those. And I'm sure I'll use those at some point. I probably shouldn't be using these. Just getting all my parts set out before I start building it. Figure it's useful to know what pieces I'm dealing with, get them in the parts tray. Alright. And then what else am I going to use? That's it. So just standoff screws. I don't know what these guys are for. Ah, for the AMD. Okay, won't need those either. All right, let's do this. So we'll set that there for now. Get on this guy. Backside. Looks like it's got some adhesive on here. I guess that's gonna go like that. So we'll go ahead and get ready to apply that. So 1366 or 1150X. 1150X is in the inside. Does that seem like it's going to line up? It does. Look at that. It lines up beautifully. All right. We'll go ahead and get this ready. So that's on there. Double-sided tape adhesive. On there. Beautiful. Give this the flip. Present it to you in upright format as it should be. And then it said that I do what first? Oh, I gotta put the standoff screws in first. Okay, I get it. Okay. It doesn't look like there's an orientation on any of these, so I'm just gonna assume up is up. Just admiring the board. It looks so good. Yeah, for used condition, this is very well kept. Yeah, Series 5.
That's beyond my abilities at the moment.
And I thought she was younger. She's listening all the time. Isn't that right, Siri? Are you listening? Isn't that right, Siri? Are you listening? No. Okay, so backplate's installed. Next is installing the mounting bracket. So this is where I'm going to sneeze. In dab fashion, of course. Because how else do you sneeze? So the next step is just to install the mounting bracket. You put it over it and then just drop the whole thing on and put on the screws. Screw them in as tight as they go. Not really much to that. So yeah, let's start getting it in there. Alright, so we're going to set that. Go behind. You're going to go here. We're going to worry about the fan and the rad at some point. Thank you. Here we go. Go over with that, and that will probably need for a while. All right. Will they build? All right. So let's just get cables tucked a little bit so that I can work without running into stuff. So I'm just gonna like hem these up for a minute. Just so they're out of the way. And I guess I'll build this right side up so that you can look at it in the correct orientation. Alright, so we're going to be mounting it in here. First thing I want to check is to make sure that all of the points are going to be, like the screws are in the right place. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fabulous. Alright, so let's grab some. I got the Apple Watch for my birthday. I think I just bought it straight from Apple. I don't think I bought it from AT&T or anybody crazy. But I did have a Series 1 before this, and that one was actually gifted to me by a near and dear friend of mine, so. Alright, so let's find some motherboard screws. These are the teeny ones. Make sure we got the right one here. That doesn't feel right. That feels right. Alright, so I don't know what that is, but interesting. Alright, so we need the big ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, the thing I don't know what it is. No clue. Weird. Yeah, I upgraded from the Series 1 to the Series 9. Or Series 5. Alright, so now is the time where we mount in the board. Everything looks great. This is going to go perfect. Alright. board's going in. Already looks great. Alright, and then we'll just set it down right in place. So that's going to go there. And those all look good. Alright, so we'll get these in one at a time. I usually start with the center one because it helps line up, and then I go corners. No, they definitely are super nice. I am definitely appreciative to have such good friends. We take care of each other. That's how it works. Alright. Oh, that's going to be a hard one. There it is. Actually, it wasn't so bad. One more. We'll go around and snug them up. Alright, I'm not like torquing it down, but like just snug enough to just like get it down. Just enough to brush the solder. You know, hold it down to the board, not bend the PCB or anything, just a little tight. It's already got that new PC smell. I think it's the power supply. Yep. Hopefully that's a good sign. Okay. Alright. So screws are in there. Next thing is going to be mounting the water block. So I'm going to have one 120 millimeter across the back here. I don't have my mount plate on today, so I won't be putting that there, but I got a couple options for where to put the block, one of which would be typically right here on the back, which is a perfectly capable way of doing it. You know, it actually kind of looks good like that, but with a fan on the front here, it's going to start getting busy, you know, when we start throwing in another fan on top of this, that's going to start to look a little busy. So instead of there, I'm going to opt to mount it vertically on top here, and I'll probably just do it in this orientation to where it'll be in the back. Look, you know, going upwards. So that way it should fit very nicely, just like that. Because I could mount it in the front too, but I don't want it to be close to the power supply, so I'm going to do it on top right there. Okay. So first thing I'm actually going to do is mount a fan on top of it, because it's going to start to get kind of tight in there once get this in. So let's see if I can do this where you can see. Yeah, you still got vision of me. Let's do all of them on the back, and then that'll be on this side, because that'll be up right there. So yeah, this will be the orientation for the fan, and it's going to blow up and out of the case. That's good. So now I just need these guys. washers. Little washers. Alright. Number 2, it's all sets of 4 when it comes to building computer. It's always like 4 screws on the fan, 4 pins on the plug. Good things come in 3s, computers come in 4s. That's already really nice looking, the Cooler Master fan on this H60. Already liking it. I'm happy the fan grills are pretty straight. I've got like one fan grill that looks like it got dinged a little bit. I'm just going to slide that back into. Cool. That's a good amount. So it depends on what your goal is. You know, how long you want the build to last you for. You know, I built this one back here, or sorry, this way. I built this one over here in 2014, and aside from a video card upgrade about midway through from a 780 to a 970, and then recently from a 970 to a 2070, that build has been, for the most part, the same. You know, and I put about $1,400 into it with the core components, and then, you know, accessories as you choose. Down the road I put in LED fans and stuff like that. I didn't have that in the beginning. So you know, if you're going to be building a computer that you plan on doing, you know, VR, desktop VR with, or high frame rate gaming, competitive gaming of any sorts, you'll probably want to save up, you know, $1,000 plus. You know, it seems like a high bar, but when you start adding up the components and the value of them, it's really not a high price to pay. You know, I saved up for maybe 6 months of working at my first job, of extra, you know, just a little bit here and there until it built up, and, you know, I had $1,400 and ordered the parts, and I ordered it over the course of 2 months. I ordered a little bit, and then I ordered the rest of it. So it was fun. All right, so everything looks good on the processor. I think we're good to just drop this in and get it going. So I'm going to mount the fan first. So I need which screws? None from that. None from that. Should have. Are these standard? Yeah, they are. Beautiful. So yeah, these will work then. One, two, three, four. Just checking my screw cache here, see if I have a little bit longer, possibly even some rubber grommets, just to mount between the radiator and the rubber grommets. Got washers, but that's just as bad. Metal on metal. Yeah, I'll be alright. I just won't be picky about it. And if the screws aren't long enough, then I do have these. So I do have little standoffs that I could do, but I'd need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. A lot of them. Alright, so yeah, I do need to grab a couple screws for my cache. Just because the ones that I have were just barely not long enough. It's a minor difference between the two, but that extra little bit is going to do the difference. Game. Start off with a PC. Should I get one from like Best Buy or buy everything separately and build it? So buying it and separately and building it is great if you want the experience of building a PC. If you're going the cost-efficient route, and you don't feel like taking on the complexity of learning how to build it, then buying a pre-built system is generally preferred. You're not going to save a whole lot of money building it yourself, but there are some corners to cut. You end up basically recouping that cost in the time it takes to choose what parts, and I mean, you get to be more picky with it, I guess is the positive side, is that you get to choose exactly what you want, versus just whatever the manufacturer wants to build and put into it. So really the question is what do you plan on doing with it? So if you're just getting into gaming, you may not need, all the bells and whistles, the top of the line system. You may be looking for something that is, going to get you by for a number of years. I didn't buy the top dog system when I did the other one. I bought something that was, already been out for a year or two before, purchasing it, because I didn't want to pay for the newest, latest, and greatest. I only really had the money to pay for something that was a little bit older. So, yeah, again, it depends on what sort of games you like, what you plan on playing. If you want something that's just going to cover it no matter what for, the next 6 to 10 years, like, yeah, we can spec out and get you built. I'm one screw short right now. One screw loose. It is in here somewhere. I will find you, Mr. Screw. Mr. Screw. I didn't even really check to see if these are going to be long enough in the first place, but... Well, let's give it a shot. Let's see if even one of these works. Okay. Bring my screw cache down. One more peek. There's gotta be, it's in here somewhere. There's no way I pulled out just one screw for something. It's always pairs or 4 of them. Oh yeah, I wouldn't suggest building it, a super PC and then have one part be crappy, but there are things that you can do, certain corners that you can cut by maybe not purchasing the best graphics card. Instead of purchasing a 2060, which is a pretty expensive card, maybe you end up going with something like a 1050 in the meantime, because that will get you by until you decide, or 1650, and that'll get you by until you decide that, hey, I actually do want to spend, a decent amount of money. So whereas this would cost, $400 or $500, this one's only costing, $150 or $200. Those sort of savings can make a big difference in the long run. Good thing is that video cards tend to hold their value really well. So if you purchase a video card and sell it down the road, you're probably going to recoup most, if not all, of your cost. So it's not the end of the world if you decide to get something that is, mid-grade or something to get you by until you get the thing that you actually want or need. All right. So it does look like these screws are going to work. I'll go ahead and just slide this down a little bit more. I'm wondering if the other radiator would have even fit in here, because it's looking like it's pretty tight. Just putting that in a good spot so it's not going to take out any capacitors or anything. Yeah, that's a good spot.
Yeah, when the 30 series, that's actually a great piece of advice, good attitude. So right now we just had a new lineup launch, and so the cards that are coming out now and the cards that have been out are going to be like refreshing. You'll basically have more expensive cards come down in price, and then cards that were formerly expensive are not going to be as expensive. You know, it'll basically swap, and what was expensive before will be not as expensive. Yeah, I'm wondering where even the heck I'm gonna mount this, because where I'm mounting it now is not even gonna work. I may be forced to put it along the backside here, because I've got this cowl right here, or cover for the heat sinks, and it's kind of blocking where the radiator would normally be. So like I may be forced to put it on here. Then wondering like back down here. Yeah, it's gonna have to be up there. I don't know how they plan for anything to fit in this. 280, that's a squeeze. I may have to put the fans between and have the radiator farther out. That may be the solution to it. Alright, so I'm going to pick there. We'll go with that. If I need to slide it forward or backward a little bit, that's always doable. But for right now, that will do. It's been 30 minutes on radiator placement. Thing will never get built. That looks really cool. It looks like it's meant to be there. We'll go with it. Let's see if one of those screws was quite long enough. Just barely. Just barely. So just go ahead and swap it for one of those. Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave the long one in. Yeah. Again, it depends on what games you want to play. That's really what's gonna drive what system you end up getting, what parts, and like if you were a video editor or a photo editor, that's a whole nother requirement. A set of list of things that you could be looking out for, but just generic building a PC, $1,000 definitely goes a long way. You could easily dump, thousands of dollars on a system. All right, so, well, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get the block mounted now. So I'm going to get these pre-turned just a little bit. I understand these have a little bit of play in them. It's probably going to be like that, given that it's coming out that way. So go ahead and take this guy off. We are now exposed. And this guy comes down over it, like so. And it's magnetic for some odd reason.
Oh yeah, I greatly enjoy the building process. Like that is definitely a benefit. Like going through and learning where each of the pieces go and how to put them on and getting the chance to configure them how you choose. That's the fun of it. Um, and I don't mean to downplay that. I just most people just jump it on. It's some people aren't interested in learning how to assemble the computer. They just want to have it. Um, other people, they want to know how to build it. They want to be able to appreciate all of the work that goes into it, that it takes. There's a certain level of knowledge it takes to build a computer. I mean, a lot of it is just putting together the pieces in the right spot. It's kind of like a puzzle. All right, so I'm doing this sort of like a tire, as I'm going to tighten down each corner. So the first, I'm just going to kind of loosely snug them, and then I'll tighten them all down all the way. Move the heat pipes or tubes out of the way to be able to get to this one. Alright, now we'll give them each a little snug. And again, I'm going to go in sort of that tire rotation. That feels pretty on there. I don't feel like that's going anywhere. Didn't seem too hard. That's what people would probably think is the most complicated part, is putting on the cooler onto the CPU. The moment this can go wrong. Yes. Oh, anytime can go wrong. So even with me just holding this over, I could drop this screwdriver and it could damage parts on the board. Basically, like a lot of these components, if I knock them off, yeah, this board is pretty much done. Today I received a delivery, so you yank it all the way out, but I had a radiator and it just had a hole through it. Things are delicate. Fortunately, I'm financially stable, and I was able to run out and just purchase another replacement radiator so that I could, still do the build tonight. But, you got to plan for these things. All right. Okay, so now we can get to the fun parts, which is really going to be setting up the coolers, the fans. I've got a number of pieces to connect. So I have, a graphics card eventually to drop in here. We got to still put a hard drive in. So I'm at 1 hour right now in 15 minutes or something. Feels like that. I don't have it timed. But anyways, yeah, let's keep moving. Sorry, I'm going to lose focus there. All right, so that is all the way on there. This is starting to get some heft now. I need to start mounting the rest of the fans, and then we can start getting the hard drives in. Because I want to do all the fans first, and then we could get the hard drives and SSDs in last, and then the graphics card will be the last thing that slides in. So what's a hard drive? A hard drive is what stores things on your computer. So it's where the pictures, the videos, everything is saved on your physical computer. Hard drives come in a variety of formats. Hard drives, as I was saying, hard drives come in a variety of formats. From yesteryear, they look something like this. So this is a 3.5 inch, so 3.5 inches wide, SATA hard drive. So, and what this is this has discs inside of it, like spinning discs,
that have data on them. And what we have is like there's like 3 or 4 discs, and they spin, and then you have arms that read the discs. So it's kind of like a record player, old school, like, you know, a record spins around and you got like a needle in the groove and it reads it. Well, a hard drive does that same thing. It has a series of platters, discs, and it has an arm that can move and read all of the platters at the same time. It has like one a read and write on the top and bottom, so you have like a disc and it has like the sandwich thing on it and it reads like this, and then you have another disc and it has its own top and bottom piece. So what ends up happening is the disc spins around and it gets read. So how much do they go for? It depends on the size. Hard drives are actually becoming less popular because of their speed. They're not very fast because they have a spinning part. They don't do what they can do as fast as other things can. So that's where we have something new come in the scene. So we have hard drives and we have solid state drives. I'm sure you've probably heard that term before. So the difference between the two is a hard drive has the spinning disk inside of it, and a solid state drive like this right here is just no moving parts. It's sort of like a CD versus a USB flash drive. That's the difference between the two. One of them moves, the other one doesn't. And the one that doesn't move can go a lot faster because it doesn't have to wait on things to spin up or for an arm to move into place and then start reading. So right now, like a 500 gig hard drive and a 250 gig SSD are kind of around the same price right now. So we've hit this like point where like it's almost making sense to not even buy a hard drive anymore unless it's a really high capacity, because right now hard drives go up into the 10 terabyte range and SSDs really only go into the 1 or 2 terabyte range. So we have this like game of the hard drives have more space but they're slower, and then the SSDs are faster and they're getting cheaper. So eventually it's going to make sense to just buy SSDs because it's they'll be cheap enough. So little lesson on storage. So that's just one of the components inside of a computer. They come in a variety of form factors and sizes. One of the fastest things I'll be putting into the computer today is a Western Digital Black NVMe drive. And this thing can actually read, it claims up to 3.4 gigabytes per second. 3.4 gigabytes per second. That's an entire DVD in 1.25 seconds. Yeah, so hard drives, when if you disassemble them, they're pretty much shot unless you have like a clean room, because even a little piece of dust or like dirt or something can be detrimental to a hard drive. So that's why they're sealed. They were expensive because they took that very it was costly to manufacture them because you had to have a clean room and everything like that. So in SSDs, they're just so much easier to manufacture. You know, they don't require like this crazy clean room. Well, I'm sure they require a clean room of sorts, but I guess not to the extreme that a hard drive takes. All right. So first thing I'm gonna do is just plug in my pump, and I'm gonna plug that into CPU OPT, which it just means optional fan. And I'm just gonna coil this guy up. And then get a teeny little twist tie like that. Because this plug's not going very far. And we'll crimp that guy up. Beautiful. So
I'll go ahead and slide this right down into that CPU OPT. So the nice thing about building computers is that most things only have one place that they can go. So in this case, fans all have a pretty common connector, so it's not hard to spot where a fan or a pump plugs in.
Oh yeah, no, that's the parts inside of them are there's gold, there's all sorts of precious metals that you can get. Indeed. Oh, there's another little screw. All right. So fans plugged in. I will also be installing some other fans here and a fan controller. So that's the next project we're working on right now. So we're gonna put a fan right here, right here, right here, right here. And I was thinking about putting one there, but I don't think I have room for it now because I still got some stuff to plug in, and we gotta figure out where all that's going. All right, so we'll go ahead and lift this guy up. And I got this back side here to work with. So I'm gonna need the power to come in and basically just go right back out through here. And that's gonna go through this way. All right. Because I want to get this piece handled. Let's see if you can see what's going on in here. So now I'm going to be plugging in just this power cable. Want to have that much kink to it, like windings, so I kind of want to keep this as straight as possible. And I'm going to have to bend it one way, like whichever way it feels most comfortable coming in. There we go. That's starting to feel natural. So this is a 24-pin power connector. Why so many fans? So this originally is going to have, it has a 7700K, which is a pretty powerful processor, and it was going to have a bigger radiator. Just because of the power that's in here. A 7700K can generate a lot of heat, so that's exhausting right out of the top. The 2070 can put out a decent amount of heat as well. So I want this case, given that it's small, to stay as cool as possible. So I want a good amount of flow in and out. Originally I had planned for one in the front, one in the back, so in and out, and then two on the bottom and two on the top, which would be in going into the case, and then the two on the top going out. Since I don't have the 240 millimeter radiator, I only have 120 millimeter. I just have one on the top, so I don't see a downside to having the two in the bottom, so I'm just going to put them in anyways. It seems a little excessive, but if I only had really the one in the back and maybe this one, then it's going to get warm in this case. So I want to make sure to have a good stream of cool air coming to the area inside of the case. So again, I'm just bending this so that it's going to be comfortable coming through. I don't want to can give it like a 90-degree hard bend and then just have it plug right through. And I think that's actually going to be a cleaner way. So basically what's going to end up sticking out is just this connector right here. So looks like it's going to work. And how about I do this? I'm going to zoom you in. Just need something to prop. There we go.
So I just want to make sure that on the back side it's going to be really comfortable. Yeah, that's feeling good. So I've got that tucked in my hand back here. All right. So I'm just going to pre-mold these cables so that they're already going the direction that I want, which I want this to go up and out, and then I want these to bend down. So get that a nice easy bend. I'm just kind of like pushing with my thumb, easy enough to have them bend just a little bit at a time. All right. And we'll go ahead and slide this bad boy into place. Okay, and that did it. It wasn't quite mounted right, so I pulled it back out. There we go. And I'm going to want to make sure to get that in there all the way. So again, I want this to feel nice and comfortable. I don't want it to feel jarred. No 90-degree bends. This is a smooth 180-degree bend. Okay, and now that connector is clicked on there, so that connector is firm, so I can yank on that and that's not going anywhere. Okay. All right, while I'm up here, I'm going to go ahead and just route some of my fan wires. There we go. Route some of my fan wires up through the top here. It's the fans that I'm installing are Cooler Master, and they have both an LED wire and a fan speed control and power wire. So that's these two here. So we have fan control and speed. So that's what it gets ground, 12 volts or 5 volts as low as. And then it also has a sensor for sending back to the computer how fast the motor is going. And then each of these is just an RGB header. So this allows the LEDs that are inside of the fan to be controlled by something else. Okay. Yeah, that definitely every piece to the computer has its own unique quirks and things about it. You know, each part is going to have its own manual and its own instructions. So, you know, there's no real like build the whole PC in one go guide. It's more of just like, here's the things that you're probably going to run into. Always time for a mint. All right. So looking at the back side of the case here, still got one more wire that I need to route, and that is the CPU power. So this is power for the processor, and that actually needs to get all the way up to here. This is going to be the ugliest wire run in the build. Already calling it. So it actually has to go up through here. I may actually need to go an entire another route with this. Oh, it's gonna reach. So there's two areas I can go through. I can either tuck up above here, which I'm gonna go ahead and opt to do that.
It's got the little tunnel here, so I might as well use it. So the motherboard sends that big ribbon power cable that we sent over just a few minutes ago, and then we also need to send processor its own specific power. So that is going to be all the way over here, which would have been arguably easier to put in prior to installing this AIO, but I feel comfortable enough with it to get my hands down in there and get it in the right spot. I don't know what size. So a lot of the parts are compatible with a lot of things, like this cooler that I have here, the Corsair H60, is compatible with a number of Intel and AMD processors. You know, on the box it'll say it's compatible with Intel 1150, 55, 56, 1366, and 2011. You know, I happen to know that this processor is a socket 1151, which is not an 1150 or an 1155, but I know that there's no physical difference between the 1150 and the 1151. So if something says it's compatible with 1150, it means it's 1151 compatible. Now, would you know that as a consumer? Probably not. With enough research, you can know those sorts of things. But generally, you know, the motherboard is going to be a major deciding factor because it has the most common parts. It's going to have, the motherboard is going to connect to RAM, a CPU, a graphics card, a power supply, and then maybe a few other things if you have extras like Wi-Fi or a special sound card or something of that nature. But what you buy a motherboard for is what processor and what RAM and what video card you plan on using it with. So in this case, I bought a 7th gen Intel processor. So I'm going to need a motherboard that is compatible with Intel, and that ousts half of the motherboards out there because half of them are AMD, half of them are Intel. So really you have to figure out what generation of computer you're going with first, and then whether you're going Intel or AMD, and then after that you can pick out other parts. Like there's a lot of different types of RAM that will work in this computer. There are some that will work better than others. There are some really expensive ones that will fit in here but won't function as good as if they were put into a newer computer. I think that kind of sums that up. All right, so we're going to start putting in, actually, I'm going to leave this down, and we're going to start putting in some other fans. So I'm using Cooler Master's Sickle Flow 120 RGB fans. They're pretty nice so far. I haven't had any issue with it because I haven't powered them on yet. Well, that's not why I haven't had any issues, but you know what I was getting at. So I chose these fans because they're the same brand as the case. I liked that. I also liked the price and that they were RGB compatible with both 12-volt RGB and 5-volt RGB. Good. I'm glad that you understand it. It's reassuring to know that I'm explaining things in a way that is easily understood. All right, so we'll mount this one in here first. So I'm going to find the spots for the fan. Looks like
Alright. So I found the fan holes. Not exactly in the same spot that I was looking for, but they will do. So these screws are just a little bit different. They've got some bigger teeth on them and a nice big head. They also mount flush. So these are just the screws that came with the fans. I always feel so weird screwing in case fans because like the metal screw eats into the plastic of the fan, and I always feel like I'm destroying it, but it was meant to be this way. There we go. Alright, that's 2. Oh, and I totally mounted this backwards. So orientation of the fan is important. The general rule of thumb on fans is that the exposed side of the fan is where it's sucking air from. So in this case, I want it to suck air from the outside and send it forward. So I actually need to mount this fan in this direction instead of the direction that I was just mounting it in. Nice segue. Okay. Start speeding up the process here because this is going to be pretty much wash, rinse, repeat. 4 screws, poor fan. Poor fan gets all screwed up. That's right. If you wanted to do it right and perfect, I would spend between 4 to 6 hours. I'm doing this in 2 hours, a little rushed, but I've had some complications, so I'm guessing it's going to be a probably 2.5 to 3 hour build for me. And I still got to yank a hard drive and an SSD and a video card out of another computer, so we'll get there. It's going to take some time, though. All right, so it's starting to look a little better. We're getting some good looking things in here. I'm going to send these wires around the bottom here so that I can get them on the back side. I'll fish these through. All right, there's one. And 2. All right. Need some housekeeping over here. Got some awesome parts trays out of this. Oh, of course it's fun. It's a nice process, you know. It's learning. It's I've been doing this, building computers for I guess 15 years now. That seems about right. Yeah. It's about 15 when I built first. I'm coming up on my dirty 30. Alright, so we're going to do the one on the back now. So we'll do this guy right here. And this one is going to exhaust out the back. And I think I'm going to have its... Where am I sending? I don't have anything there, so I'm going to send its power cables up
and I'm not narrating a lot of this, but like one thing that I'm gonna have to do is send these cables up and over into the back side of the case. So I have to plan out the route that they're going in. Can't see what I'm talking about right now. So this fan is going to be on the back side or inside the case, to be in here. But I need to plan where these wires are going because I need to know how far they can reach, or what path they're going to take to get where they're going. So I think I get an idea where these ones are going. So let's get the screws. This is your PC? Yeah, this is definitely my PC. Formerly this one down here was my build, and I'm going to take some parts out of that and drop them into this one, and then take like this extra video card that I purchased and put it inside of that computer so that I can sell it and recoup some of my cost. Because I'll sell that one for, I don't know, like $700 or something. But for right now, just building this one for me. I realistically could have hobbled along for another few years with that build. But I decided that, I had a friend that was getting ready or that he just upgraded to the new build and had a processor sitting, or he had this motherboard, the RAM, and the processor sitting not doing anything, and he wanted a new keyboard and some other things. So in trade for the devices he already had, he gave them to me at a pretty good price, and I was able to purchase him the things that he was looking for. So, and I've done that with this person a few times before. Just somebody I met on the internet. I buy something for him, he buys something for me. It's not like a relationship style thing, I don't think, but we're just, tech buddies that we like tech. Like, I at one point had 3 gaming surround monitors, and he really liked that setup, so he ended up purchasing those 3 monitors for me, and that's what allowed me to purchase this 4K monitor that I have in the back here. A used PC, again, it depends on what you're, and I know I keep saying this, but it really depends on what you want to use the computer for. If you're just doing some light gaming, used PC probably wouldn't be a bad way to go. It'd probably be a pretty cost-effective way to go. The question is just, what parts are you getting and who are you getting them from, because obviously with used, you run the risk of parts being either old, expired, or due for replacement. And, I also do computer tech and repair and help people, speed up computers or laptops and stuff. And most computers nowadays, all you really have to do is buy a solid state drive for them, which is one of those things I was showing you earlier. I don't know where I put it, around here somewhere. Is putting a solid state drive and a fresh copy of Windows can breathe new life into it. So, if you were looking to buy something, you just have to really figure out what your budget is, and then figure out whether you want to go for something that's the best bang for your buck, or something that's going to get you halfway there and that you have room to upgrade, which would be my suggestion, is to find something that gets you far enough along to get the results you're looking for, but it's not quite the monetary investment that the full reach would be. So figuring out, like, you could probably easily spend $600 to $800 on a computer, and then later down the road spend another $600 to $800 on it to get new parts for it that will make it really, really good. Yeah, Call of Duty, PUBG, you would be just fine with a 1650 on a 1080p monitor, which is how many pixels? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of 720p, 1080p, and 4K. Those are how many pixels are on your screen, so how many little dots are on there. If you're doing casual gaming, which is not high refresh rate, You're not dealing with competitive, like, you know, having the computer and the monitor and everything that's so fast that the person down the road is dealing with equipment that is half as fast. You can end up having, you know, a decent build. Yeah, for not a lot of money. So I could say you could probably get yourself a 1650 and a 7th gen system for, you know, $600, $700, and you know it's not going to have a RGB gaming keyboard or you know, fancy flashy lights and stuff like that, but it'll do what you want it to do, and that's doing the gaming. You know, and then down the road you could sell that graphics card and get something else that's nicer. Yeah, good. Glad you're enjoying it. I'm trying to keep it moving along. Just getting sidetracked a little bit, but that's okay. It's all great information, so glad you're enjoying it. Putting parts list together for a $2,000 build. That's a nice budget for a build. Realistically, if I was going from scrap, that's about how much money I would set aside to build for myself, because anything more than that and you're really going into the enthusiast era. You know, I wouldn't recommend anybody get more than one graphics card for a computer. Oh, you're not slowing me down, bud. It's great information. I'm glad you're participating. Like, I'd rather be interacting with you and, you know, doing this rather than just like, oh, sitting, put the wire together. I'd rather narrate it and enjoy the process. So, all right, 2 fans on the bottom here. So Dylan, what sort of things are you looking at in your build? Sounds like you're already speccing it out. So the first question is Intel or AMD? And I'm not a fanboy either way. I play both fields. Same with Mac and PC. I mean, if I could explain my preference, I would I'd say Intel. Just that's my preference. But oh, so you're starting from scratch. No clue what's good and what's not. So, all right. General rule of thumb, you have 2 flavors of computers. You have AMD and you have Intel. AMD is known for running a little bit faster and a little bit hotter. Intel is known for running cooler and more stable over the long period of time. Generally, AMD is cheaper and Intel is more expensive. So the first major decision you make in a build is, am I going for the more expensive stable stuff, or am I going for the less expensive, faster, may fail sooner sort of stuff? And that's a major decision, because once you make that decision, you decide the rest of the equipment in the build. And you can cross video cards and stuff like that, but essentially when you decide, okay, this is going to be an AMD build, you're picking a processor, a motherboard, and potentially a graphics card all at that same time. And then if you're going Intel, you're again picking a processor, a motherboard, and a graphics card kind of all at the same time. The first step in any build is to establish your budget, which you've decided $2,000 is your budget. Personally, I would recommend you go Intel, and Intel is an easy way to track. So we're going to ignore everything AMD. I'm a little more familiar with Intel, so I think I can explain this better by referring it to it with their product line. So Intel has their i series of processors, and the i line is a way to kind of streamline and make it easier to understand. So we have the i3, the i5, the i7, and the i9. Okay, each one of those kind of tells you how powerful it is. It tells you what it's capable of, and generally how far you're going to go with it. And the thing is that they wanted to come up with a standard, but they also wanted this standard to last longer than, you know, one generation of technology. So what they had to do was make it to where not only is it an i3, but it's also like a first generation i3 or a second generation. So that way down the road, I can always say, oh, that's an i3. Well, I got an idea how much it is, but what generation is it will tell me how truly powerful it is. And the general rule of thumb is that computers after 2015 are 5th generation and up. So what that means is that we've gone through I series 1, 2, 3, 4, which this build down here, this green one, is a 4th gen Intel i7. So an i7 means it's pretty powerful. You got 3, 5, 7, and 9. So 7 means it's pretty top tier, and then it's a 4th gen, which means that it's, each time that they released all of them, this is the 4th time. So that computer is a 4th gen, and this one is a 7th gen. The difference between this one and this one, both of them are i7s. This one is an i7 4790, and this one is an i7 770, okay? So this one, the 4000 means that it's 4th gen. This one, 7000 means that it's 7th gen. The second number, the hundreds digit, means how powerful it is relative to the other i7 processors. So if I say 4790 and I say 7700, they're generally on the same tier, but one of them has a 90 at the end, so it's more powerful in some ways than others, or it has more features. So when I went from 4th gen to now I'm going to 7th gen, I've doubled my speed of my RAM. And what that means is that a 4th gen processor can talk to RAM so fast. It's kind of like having a car on the road. You can put so many people into the car, and then the car can drive to a place and let the people out. Having faster RAM is kind of like having more seats in your car. Instead of 4 people getting in the car and driving to their destination, getting out, maybe 6 or 8 people can get into the car, drive to their destination, and then get out. So when I say that this computer is a 4th gen and I say that this one is a 7th gen, what I'm talking about is how fast the computer can do certain things. Both of them are running at a certain speed, but one of them is able to talk to the RAM faster than the other. So I think that's a general explanation of the first step in the computer, which is deciding your processor. So the next step is figuring out how far your budget can go. So when building a computer, you have a few components that are really expensive, a 2 terabyte hard drive. So a 2 terabyte hard drive is both good and both bad. A 2 terabyte hard drive is good because it stores 2 terabytes of data. That's like, Call of Duty Warzone is how many gigabytes? It had a 70 gigabyte update at one point. So if it did 10 of those updates, your drive would be almost halfway full. So because a 2 terabyte hard drive is about 1800 gigabytes, and if we did 70 gigabytes every time we did an update, after 10 you would have 700 gigabytes. So I mean, you could see how quickly that, 10 games, that's not a lot. Most games are not 70 gigabytes. Most games are in the average AAA titles are in the 20 to 40 gigabyte range. Some as small as 10, some as large as 60, 80, 100. So the main build. So for a brand new 2K, $2,000. Again, I still need to ask the question: what does he want to do with this? Is he going to be doing VR? Is he going to be doing, competitive gaming with a high refresh rate monitor? So that's the sort of peripherals that I would consider, because that's going to determine, like, does he need to go all out in some areas, or does he need to hold off on some money for a nice monitor? Like $2,000 right now, I would suggest you get an 8th gen Intel, so 7th or 8th gen. For the motherboard, you know, you just pick a good manufacturer and a whatever's compatible with the processor that's chosen. 7700 is good, 8700, the 9700, like all of the like 7th gen and up are going to be good builds. It's really how much money you can dump into it. You weigh out if you buy the top of the line of the 7th gen and the best RAM and the best graphics card, what does that equal out at? $1,500. If you go 8th gen and you buy the top of the line processor, top of the line RAM, and top of the line graphics card, $2,000. I mean, I'd be happy to review it. So if you want to send it, I can check it out in the chat afterwards and get back to you. I do have a YouTube, so I mean, like, or we can DM on here. Like, I've got plenty of means for communication. So I don't mind if you send something and I can follow up with it. No problem, brother. But yeah, send me like a PC part picker or something, and we'll get rolling on it. Yeah, I may not be able to do it in the course of this stream, but as best I can tend to it, I will. Yeah, this is going to be a fun build. All right. Tighten those screws down a little more. So right now just routing fan power and light. Screws. You have a Discord? I actually do have a Discord. I'll link that. There's not a lot going on in Discord yet, but you know how that goes. All right, so there you go. Yeah, I think the fun part's going to be cannibalizing my other build. So I'll get a chance to, like, review that one and see. Because I really liked my previous case. It was a little bit of a pain to work on at some points, but I enjoyed it for a lot of reasons. I definitely like the small form factor builds. I've always been a fan of, like, the Steam box or the console killer PC setups. I like sleeper setups, which are PCs that are made to look like old PCs, but are actually really powerful. Come on. Get in there. Cool. Yeah, oh, absolutely, dude. That's what it's there for. I think everybody should have permission to talk in general chat or whatever it is. I haven't really fleshed out that server all that much. Just needed to exist. right. All right, so all 4 are in. I definitely didn't route power for that one. Not yet, at least. Oh, I still got to get power for that in. All right, so I do need to dismount my radiator yet again. Just to get in this power cable. Thankfully, it's only 4 screws. Barely an inconvenience. 1,300 saved up my supper job. Congratulations! That's not an easy feat. That takes discipline and time and planning, and that's a very commendable thing to do. It's honestly the better way to do it, because then you'll respect your money and your purchase a lot more. Yeah, that was definitely a lot easier doing that, just pulling the radiator out. Alright, so we get those back mounted. It was what, there? There it is. Yeah. Well, you feel it. You learn the value of money, especially working. I wish I would have worked right out of high school. I went right to college, and I treated it like 13th grade and the first time being out on my own. And, you know, I slacked off, did the partying thing, and it didn't pay off. It hindered me. So I wish I would have done a summer job and, like, you know, gotten some discipline, because that would have certainly helped. Yeah. Never fun to see money go down the drain. All right. We're looking pretty good. I think I've got all the fans mounted. And I just realized the bottom 2 are mounted backwards. I am, like, on a roll. Like, I'm doing fantastic. All right, so we'll route this wire through here. I know you can't exactly see where I'm going, but you don't have to see every little piece, do you? I'm just trying to pull this wire through. It's being a pain. The pains of working on a small form factor build. Wire management. Mounting pretty much anything. Like, I knew going into this build that it was going to be a challenge, because it's like labor. I like a challenge in building. $15 an hour isn't bad. That's honestly around what I'm making. It's not too far off. All right. So real quick, like, I'm just gonna swap these fans around because I'm not paying attention and being dumb. All right. If I do that like 2 or 3 more times, call me out on it. I'm kidding. I'm saying. This is a personal, yes indeed it is. So I'm upgrading from a 4790 to a 7700. Taking my 2070 with me, dropping the 2060 in the old build, sell it. Beautiful. We'll swap this one around and we'll start wiring the fans up, and then we'll cannibalize the other computer. Cable management is partially decor, but it serves a functional purpose. So the more well managed your cables are, the better your airflow in your case is going to be. You're going to have a number of other results that are not just aesthetic and not just cosmetic, but definitely those two factors play into that. Alright, there's that one. So I probably could have gotten by without these two fans on the bottom, but I like it. I like me some RGB. Come on. There it is. Yeah, I definitely spend my time doing proper cable management and wire management because it pays off in the long run. It looks better. I feel better. I mean, I don't have OCD, but I may have CDO, because if I really had it, I would want it to be in alphabetical order. So I don't think I do, but if I did, that'd be why. All right. Yeah, I mean, some builds aren't even a clear glass or anything. Fortunately, mine's going to have an acrylic panel that'll be right about here. So I am going to have some vision into my case. I really like where the I/O panel is on this. The I/O ends up being, you can put it on this spot, that spot, here, or here. And I think I'm going to end up mounting it on the bottom here because it looks really cool. So we'll see how that goes. All right, so now that we've got all the fans in, we need to start wiring them up and get them powered properly. So I am going to be using a hub, a fan hub right here, to basically control the values of all of the fans that are not the CPU fans. So the CPU fan in particular, I am going to route that back to the front here. So that's not the right one. It's going to be this one, because that one I want to be independent. So I'll go ahead and plug that one in while we're talking about it. So that's going to be right in the same spot that I had done this first one here. So that's going to go right down in there. And I'm going to route this cable below that. And then I'll twist up the extra when we start doing some cleanup. This cool Chromebook could run games. Okay, so technically your Chromebook can run games with Chrome Remote Desktop or Steam. I think Steam runs on Chrome now, doesn't it? I don't know. You gotta figure that one out. But you can remote through your Chromebook to a desktop or you know, some other platform and play games like that. All right. Maybe it'd be easier to switch to this camera for this portion, or pull the camera down and just like set it on. I could do that. Yay! All right. Traveling cam. Make browser games only. Yeah, it could definitely play browser games. All right, so I've got two cables from each fan. One of them, the one with the white tag, is going to be the power cable for it, and then the one with the other tag, or without a tag rather, is going to be the LEDs. So right now I have a fan controller, and there's a few other things that are going to be going on the back here. So I need to kind of work with these in mind. So this right here is a hard drive caddy, and what that's going to do is my hard drive, the 8 terabyte, is going to mount to that. And I can show you what that's going to look like, because I still got to snag it out of the other computer first. But it's going to be a full-size hard drive like this one here, and that is going to go on this mounting plate like so. And then this is going to mount like right here up against that. So this drive is going to end up being mounted like that. Okay? So that's one of them. And I have two of these panels. So I've got 1, 2. So one will be down here. The other one's going to be up here. For that one, I'm going to mount SSDs on it. And those are actually going to mount in a different form factor. So those are actually going to mount vertically instead of horizontally. So instead of like that, they'll go this way. So and then I'll have one right there and one right there. So I could do either 4 SSDs, 4 laptop hard drives, or you know, 2 full size hard drives like this one. But I have to kind of keep that in mind as I'm planning these next steps, because I'll have some stuff in the way in the future. So, all right, so we got a couple wires here. This is the power cable that comes through. This is the motherboard power. This is processor power. This is an LED, so I can set that aside for right now. This is an LED, so I can set that aside. I'll worry about the LEDs last. Right now I just want to power the fans and make sure that they're doing their thing properly. So this one I can tuck aside. And I'm really just like organizing the wires so that, you know, I have my mental, I know where everything is. Okay. So the next one, oh, I keep it tucked over here. So that way I'm only dealing with one wire at a time. So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 wires. Okay. And where can they go? So this wire can pretty easily make it all the way up to the top. It can kind of make it right here. So that's a good spot. These can make it pretty much anywhere. So this seems like the central spot where everything's landing. So I'm going to go ahead and go with that. Alright, so we're looking at right here as a spot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dry fit this piece so that I know where that's going to go. Okay, so that's dry fitted. Now I need to figure out where I can mount this so that it's not going to run into anything else. So I've got 2 wires on it. One of them is a fan sensor, so that's going to need to go back to the motherboard somewhere. I'm pretty sure it goes down here. I'll worry about that later, but I just, again, need to kind of plan out where those wires are going. That one actually needs to go right there, so that works out really well. And we're going to need to power this, so that's going to need some power from the power supply. That'll go fine there. And I got some plugs that are going to be sticking to this. So each one of these fans are going to actually plug into this junction box. So my motherboard only has 1 port, but I got more than 1 fan. So what I need is this box in between to kind of split the power up into multiple fans. So that looks like that's going to work pretty well right there. I got enough room for this cable to kind of go around. These ones, how far was this one reaching? Yeah, that's got plenty of room. Okay. So if I plug this one into this slot, and let's say this one into this slot over here, and I think I got one more, right? Yeah. Cool, so I've still got room for 3 more fans on that side, 2 more fans on that side. Really, I could only end up adding 1, 2 more fans to this build. So I think, you know, I went a little overboard with getting the 10 port, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So I'm thinking right there is going to look just fine. So, and I'll leave just enough room to where maybe I could plug this in over on this side and not have to worry about taking that out every time for that one. Yeah. All right. So right there looks like a good spot. Now I'm going to put the double-sided adhesive on. So I've got some 3M Velcro. So we'll go ahead and... Do we need the ASMR peel of this? Is that good? Is that good for you? I mean, it's pretty good for me. Alright. And so we'll get this guy on there. And we'll just dry fit it one more time, make sure I'm going to the right spot. So we said we'd line up that guy. Yeah, I kind of like that it goes right over this port, so I'm going to line it up to kind of fit with that design. Give it the final peel. It's not a banana, but it's got a peel. Alright. So we'll call that fit. Okay, we'll make sure to press all that down so that that adhesive goes all the way on. Okay, looks good there, looks good there. All right. So, and if I need to, I can always remove that, but it looks like it's going to fit pretty nicely in that spot. Chromebook can probably run older games. I would love to see the specs on it, give you any type of advice. Yeah, sure. Chromebooks are great devices for web browsing and light games, web games. They have an excellent purpose. I actually use a Chromebook in my music studio to broadcast the screen of my Mac. So I have a Mac for recording audio, and it's not a touch screen or anything. And I have a sound booth where, like, you know, microphone and the headphones and all that jazz. And inside of there, I have a Chromebook that just shows what's on the Mac. So it shows what's on the screen, so the person can see what's on the screen, you know, being inside of the booth without having to, like, you know, come outside of the booth, look at the screen, and then come back inside. And then technically it turns my Mac into a touch screen because the Chromebook is a touch screen, and I can touch screen on it. So. Right. All right. Oh, it's not your Chromebook. Darn. Well, thankfully they're not that expensive. I actually had one gifted to me. All right. So now fans are powered. Again, I'll do some cable management once we start tidying everything up. For right now, I'm not too concerned with cable management. I'm going to just pigtail out these LEDs for right now. Oh, no, that's fan power. I need that one. Okay. So now of these two, this one's a little bit longer, so this one will go up. And then this one. All right. Yeah, I'm surprised Chromebooks have such good security. They, you know, it's great for that type of application. All right. And then so power for lights. Excuse me, power for fans. That should be plenty of length for that. So a little bit of cable management here. I just saw an opportunity to clean up a couple wires that I felt like were going to be dangling in my way during the process of the build. So I figured since I've got this component installed now, I could have installed this at any time, but I felt right now was a good appropriate time to do it. I'll go ahead and just clean up that excess wire so that I don't have to deal with it as I'm building. And I'll just go ahead and plug this fan wire in on the other side. So this fan controller actually does hook up to the computer in place of a fan. So instead of this fan going to the motherboard, the controller connects to the motherboard, so the controller or the motherboard still sees a fan. In this particular controller's case, it grabs fan number 1, which is this one, which will be my backup fan case, and it's going to grab the speed off of that. So virtual desktop to virtual machine, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Virtual desktop is a fantastic application. So, oh, and by the way, welcome, D. I didn't give you a proper welcome, so. All right. She's looking good so far. Alright, so I think next stage is really going to be to cannibalize my other rig. This will be a fun part. So I'm going to snag this one off the table right now. And go ahead and just power down this machine. I'm going to do it the best way, which is just to hold the power button. And get it unplugged. No remorse. Oh. All right. All right. So this is the build that I was coming from. Action shot. Let's see if we can get you. You're stuck to the table there, chap. Yeah, there we go. Get you a nice look at her. So, this is the build that I was coming from. So I'm gonna snag the 2070 an 8 terabyte hard drive, and a 1 terabyte SSD. I'm going to snag all of those out of this. Possibly even a 240 gig SSD as well. And then we'll move those parts into the new build. And then I'll drop, I guess while I'm here, I'm going to drop the 2060 back into this build, just because I can't have it sitting empty. So let's do it. I'll put you back in your original location here. Let's see how level I can get it on the first try. Oh yeah, there's a bubble on the double-sided. So I'm using that nano gel tape that has recently come out. Really should have switched away from this camera before doing all of this. Think about new NVIDIA parts. Oh yeah, no, I'm excited for the 3000. I think that's going to be really cool. It's new technology. All right. So this build had feet. It does actually have like a base that it normally comes with, but I 3D printed some feet that would get me by. But yeah, I like the new 3000 series. I bought a 2070 just before the Super line came out, so I was a little upset and perturbed that like I bought something and then like a few weeks later it dropped in value like $100. That kind of sucked, but you know that's technology. If I always purchased with that in mind, that I don't want to be upset when a new thing comes out, then never would be a good time to buy. There would never really be a good time because you would always be behind the ball. There's always something new that's new and faster that's coming out that's better than what you have, and you can't always expect to have the best of the best forever. You know, somebody buying a 10th gen Intel right now is going to have that for a year, and then 11th gen is going to come out and it's going to be like, oh man, I should have waited. So hindsight's always 20/20. All right, so this build is a little unique. It has a fan shroud that I have to take off. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pull out these two fans. Okay, pretty easy. Should dust these off because should have dusted them off outside. All right. Well, it looks like they've been just like dumping nice cool air, right, and dust onto the 2070. It looks beautiful. Hardest taking or putting. Oh, I missed a lot of chat. I'm sorry. Yeah, we will see it running today. I'll have it running in the next hour. Like, within the next hour for sure. Like, I'm mostly there already. Alright, so first thing coming out is going to be the graphics card, just because it's the easiest to get to. Yeah, I figure the parts without the graphics card inside of this build are worth like, you know, the processor and the RAM and the motherboard, everything minus the graphics card, easily worth $500. You know, that no argument there. But the question is what graphics card is in it when I sell it? That'll determine how much the real price is. Because if I drop 2060 in it, that's, you know, $250, $300 card. You know, that's one thing. If I sell it with this 2070 in it, that's another thing. All right, beautiful, beautiful card right here. Is it hard to build the first time? It can be. It depends on how educated you go in. Depending how much time you study beforehand, it's not really complicated. You know, I've probably built desktop computers, maybe 8 or 10, like from the ground up. Most builds are either halfway built already, or I come into it, you know, somewhere along the line. You know, in this case, I was. Oh, sorry, I was getting a call. It depends on how much effort you want to put into it. If you know what you're doing ahead of time, then it should be pretty much a no-brainer to build a computer. It's not a lot to know. You know, power supply connects to the motherboard. Motherboard has RAM, CPU, peripherals connected to it, video card, and then power goes to the video card also, and the peripherals. You know, you just learn what connects to what. Pretty much everything has a special jack or a special plug that's the right size or the right gender that only plugs into one thing. It's kind of hard to mess it up, but you know, then again, a drop of a screwdriver could throw the whole build off, totally kill it. So, all right, well, 2070 is out, so that is the first thing that we needed to do on this build. I'm gonna just yank that and set it over here. The next thing we need to do is remove this beautiful area over here, which is the hard drives and the optical drives. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to slide that out of the way. So thankfully, most everything can stay in location in this build, but this is why this build was a bit of a pain to work on, because getting this thing out proves to be a challenge. So I'm going to go ahead and just remove the opposite side door. So my favorite thing about this case is the airflow. You know, in the case for the power supply, it sucks in air from this outside and exhausts it right out the quote-unquote front into this front compartment area. You know, the video card, in my case, you know, it's sat somewhere like right here. It sucks in cool air from this open air spot right here and blows it straight out the back. You know, in regard to the processor, it was sucking in nice, you know, cool air from the outside and just exhausting it everywhere inside. Not really a good explanation, but this case didn't have, aside from the two fans that I pulled in the beginning, a whole lot of airflow. It's pretty much just in and out for each of the components. So, all right. Yeah, it's good to stay educated. You know, it's nice to do it on a cheaper build, like, or something that, you know, you don't feel, oh my gosh, if I do something wrong, it's, you know, thousands of dollars out the window. So building like something before doing the actual gaming build can be helpful too. Is like finding an older computer or a smaller one and like working on it just to learn your way around it can be helpful. All right, so now that is loose, I also need to pull two from the front here. So it's a total of 6 screws that hold the entire hard drive caddy in place. And then, if I recall correctly, I can get it out without taking the optical drive out, but I am not a betting man, so I'm going to go ahead and take this the safe route and grab the screwdriver. Hopefully this is long enough. Not long enough. Grab the other screwdriver. These are the things that I didn't exactly plan for, is having to take out the Blu-ray drive. And this is a Blu-ray burner. The whole Verge thing? I don't know the Verge thing. Are you on the verge of something? Is your name Virgil? All right, optical drive slides. So Blu-ray burning drive. Haven't had to burn one yet, but if I ever did, it was there. All right. So now both the good and bad part about this build. So this is where the hard drives were. Terribly tight place. Very hard to work on and getting the drives in and out. So I'm pleased to be moving to a build where this isn't an issue. Okay, so I'm going to put these screws back in the optical drive. I'm actually going to put this whole thing together just as one because I'm not going to reassemble all of it today because we don't have time for that. Because I will put, you know, the 2060 and stuff in here, and I've got another SSD to replace the SSDs that are in here. So I've got a 1 terabyte and a 240 or a 500 gig. I can't remember. I think it's 240. All right. So now we can remove the drives from here. So I have a total of 3 drives. One of them is that 8 terabyte drive that's right there, massive guy, and then I have 2 SSDs that are in here and that are on a adapter plate. We'll call it that. Wherever my screwdriver ran to. So I'll now remove the hard drive. That looks beautiful. I did not mean that. Not sarcastically. What my parents see, like the pictures of all the numbers and like, huh? Alright. So now the 8 terabyte drive is free. Slide this guy out. Beautiful. Toshiba Performance 8 terabyte drive. I could actually go ahead and just mount that right to the plate right now, but I'm going to give it a second. Let's get this other adapter plate out. So what I have in here is a 3.5 to 2.5 inch adapter bay drive, which essentially converts a full-size hard drive into multiple, usually 2 or 3 smaller 2.5 inch drives. So I think I'm coming up on 3 hours on this build so far. But we're rapidly approaching the end. I'll get these 3 parts mounted, and then we'll put in the NVMe, which is in this box right here. And then the last part is turning it on. Amazing. All right. I'll just unmount each one of these little drives in here. 4 screws. I told you 4 screws is going to be a common every fan, every drive. Yeah, these ones are in decent shape for sure. I take good care of my things. Goes there. This is the 1 terabyte. Oh, look at that! I even bought. So this was one of the original drives that I put into the computer when I built it. A refurbished 240 gigabyte Corsair Neutron GTX, 240 gig. And I bought that used in 2014, and it has not failed, knock on wood. The 1 terabyte that I'm pulling out now was purchased more recently. Yeah. Cool. Alright, so I won't be needing either of these for some time. So we'll put that with that builds stuff. All of this is just going to stay a mess for now. Does that really even have that power? No, it can't. Never mind. Not worried about it. What other things do we need from this? Nothing. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this back together, kinda. I mean, I guess I could mount the 2060 in here. Sure. Just to give it a home. Alright, so that way it's just not sitting idle on my desk anymore. So there, power is connected for the 2060. Slide it into location. So this particular case is a little unique because it has the PCIe riser. So instead of the graphics card being mounted horizontally on top of the motherboard, it is mounted vertically 90 degrees adjacent to it. Just a unique quirk of this case. That's how it allowed it to be so thin. So, and again, I was just really putting this in here to give it a home, give it somewhere to live. And the all-important graphics card support. What are the weird things on YouTube where people's PCs smoke or pop? So when you see like a CPU explode or pop, it's usually not in this because these have things that keep it from exploding or popping. Like it's gonna shut off well before it gets into the range of exploding or damaging itself. But that's usually overclocking and overpowering CPU or dividing by zero. A divide by zero, just a computer doesn't know what to do and it just literally. Alright, so this cowl can go back on. And I know I put those 2 screws somewhere. There they are. 1. And 2. Alright, so I'll just go ahead and mount this guy lightly back in here. Okay. There's my 2. Alright. Okay. Just get the cover back on. And this build can go away. So we've yanked the pieces that we needed out of it. This build will live another day. It's already got a 2060 in it, so it's got some hope for the future. Let's put this. Oh, we got fans. At least these guys back on. So again, another quirk of this build. Interesting fun fact, when I went to build this originally, I had planned on putting an AIO in here, the same AIO, the H60, and mounting it right here just did not work at all. I tried. Some people said that they had figured out how to do it, but I was not able to get that working for the life of me. We are these ones. Alright, so just real quick, like, put things back together. And we'll finish on the other rig. This is where it would have been nice to have another set of hands. D. Sorry, dude. Alright, and that's not the screw I'm looking for. Alright. So now this can go back on. And screw. Okay. So this build goes out. So next thing we need to do is mount this guy on here. So it's going to look just like that. Not too much special to that. So each of these screws is specially threaded. There's two different sizes. You can see that one doesn't fit for that one. So it is the other one. You can see how easily that went in. So with screws, same sort of deal. If it doesn't feel right, it's probably not right. Right. I have a shorter system overclocked. What are you sorry for? Sorry, I'm up engaged with VRs. Still can't get the GeForce experience to optimize it. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the GeForce experience and given issues like that, but seemed to work when we optimized it on my computer. It made a big difference, didn't it? We were dealing with like really laggy frame rates, and then you ran that and it really worked. So you made me a believer in the GeForce experiencer. Alright, so we have another one of these somewhere around here. I'm just going to take a guess and say that I dry fitted it. Yes, I did. Cool. I will have made progress when you return. Thank you. See you in a bit. So we'll mount those like that. I'm guessing that down is going to be the correct format. Just a guess. Get all these guys. So I didn't want to necessarily have to put the 240 in here because it is kind of teeny, but here's what it is. I figured I had the empty slot. I could have either put a spinning disk in here or a or an SSD, and I didn't have any other 500 gig SSDs, so just the 1 terabyte and the 240. Yeah, I mean, their catchphrase, the way it's meant to be played, is a little misleading. I'll give them that, but they definitely know what's going on under the hood. I mean, they're the ones writing the code, and then the game companies are the ones using the code. So it makes sense to go to the source. Alright, so all 4 of those are in. Oh, the screw's not in there all the way. Just make sure each one's down. I don't really need to snug these because they don't have moving parts. So those are going to be mounted upright in the case. So let's get the hard drives in. This one will end up going in the other build. I was looking for it, I found it. And now I just lost it again. Alright, so we've got a couple pieces to put in, the 2070, the 8 terabyte, and a couple SSDs. Let's do it. I'm going to return you to the side view, because I think that worked out better. Alright, so I'll cover so that nobody gets sick. And we'll just turn it on right there. Yay. Alright. I think in the spirit of will it fit, we'll try this one down here first. So that looks really cool. I hope it performs heat-wise, but because this is essentially the back side of this case isn't getting a whole lot of airflow. So I am concerned for this hard drive being an 8 terabyte and a Toshiba. They tend to run a little hot. So I'm actually going to opt to go ahead and put it on the top one. I would rather it have a little more breathing room and be right around the processor than being choked out in the bottom there. We'll see how it looks. So yeah, that has, a little more airflow around it. I feel like that's going to get a better, I feel like that's going to do better in the long run. I'm wondering if my backplate is designed right. I wonder if this hard drive is too big for this case. Like, many questions right now. Alright, so this is like a test fit. Does it even close all the way? The answer is yes. Technically, it closes. Run it through Steam VR first. I think just running Skyrim VR without, well, you have to have virtual desktop running because you don't have a wired. I mean, you can run Steam VR without the headset connected, and then you can run Skyrim VR without the headset connected. It'll do all that. All right, so I confirm that it is gonna fit. This does seem out farther than normal. I guess no matter what, it's got the same clearance. So let's see what this one's looking like. Oops. There we go. That felt like it went in there right. Yes. Hey man, thank you for joining, Lycos. I wasn't ignoring you. I'm occupied, obviously. So, give me some creds. At least I'm doing something. You know what? I'm switching back. I want it on the bottom. Yep. I'm more comfortable with it being lower in the case, and I like the look of. I'm going looks over performance here, so we'll see how that goes. All right. Yeah, you could technically connect it with just the USB cable that it comes with, but it's not going to be optimal performance, but it would give you a different connection to the computer rather than virtual desktop. If virtual desktop's what's causing the issue identifying the headset and Steam VR or Skyrim VR in GeForce Experience. Alright, so those two are mounted. We now need to run power to each of the pieces. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 SATA. So we're going to need one of those power cables that we scrapped earlier. And we'll go 1, 2, 3. We need both of them. So I've got 1, 2, 3 on this one and 1, 2, 3 on that one. And then we got a video card header. Definitely I'll need the video card one. And then we'll figure out RGB and power it on. That's pretty much the last of the things here. Hopefully the RGB is just like daisy chain it. So we'll get into a little bit of cable management here. I won't go too deep, but I have 3 things to power and 1 thing to power. Alright. So if I do 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there, I should do try not to do too much off-camera work here. And so I'm just going to want to make sure that this flips the right way. So I've got that So I've got one bend going that way, and then I've got, so this needs to be okay. So got the wires coming out. I'm going to try not to kink them. I just want them to be nice and easy run to each other. Not too kinky. Make sure that that fits. Looks great. Couldn't have done it better myself. Go get some SATA cables because we got to run data for them. Oof, I got just enough SATA cables for this project. I didn't do any right angle ones, which is fine. So right now we're connecting up each of the hard drives. So I'm going to connect them all up. We've got 1, 2, SATA Express, so 1 and 0, 2, 1, 0, and 2. All right. So I'm actually going to leave these bundled together because they're already in the format that I need. We just need them in 1, 2, 3. Make sure that they're going the right direction. So yeah, all those are actually going to line up just perfect to do that. So I'm going to grab another one of my little twisty ties, which comes so handy on this build. And I'm going to grab this area right here. I'm going to pin this down. Okay. So all I really did was just like pinch these 3 cables together so that when I put them right next to each other, it kind of looks nice that they're all 3 right in line and holding together. So those 3 will go there. That means that number 1 needs to go to this, number 2 to that, and number 3 to that. So let's get those in there now so that they're in the right spots. So 1, 2, just like the licks at the center of the Tootsie Pop, 3. Alright, so then now 1, 2, and 3. So 1. So I'm sending all of my data along the computer as much as I can, or along the case as much as I can, and then I want fans and power cables to be outside. So I want data to be close to the computer and power to be outside. Are you building this PC for specifically? So it is a multi-purpose. So I actually do a lot of things on the computer. I'm a graphic artist, so I do Photoshop and Premiere, an Illustrator. I use, those sort of packages. I do 3D design and modeling for 3D printing. So I do video game design. Haven't made any video games myself, but I help, I make assets for them. I also play games. So yeah, I like to game. I have a 4K monitor, so I need a little bit of juice behind what I'm doing. The 2070 has been plenty of juice. I can game in 4K at 60 frames per second, and I'm pretty satisfied with the results there. On some games, mainly like Overwatch or something like that. That gets 4K 60 pretty easily with the 2070. What else? I do productivity and design work. So, spreadsheets and that sort of thing. So I use computer for a lot of things. I wouldn't say that it's just one purpose. But yeah, thank you, Damon. I do VR games and I stream VR. That's typically what I would be doing with this channel. I've had a little bit of a hiatus because my work has been pretty heavy draw in the past couple weeks here. So typically I stream a few days a week, 3 days a week. But so streaming VR games, that's another thing. I also let people know if I see a Radio Shack anytime. I see a Radio Shack. Let me know if you see a Radio Shack. Alright, so I'm going to power the SSDs and the fans on one. And I'll do the hard drive on its own independent other circuit. Right now I'm doing just a little bit of cable management. I'm just seeing where the excess is, and we're just going to pin that down a little bit. I lost all my little teeny twist ties. I will not be stopped by a tiny nut. Where did all the twist ties go? Who took them? Who's got them? Who's on first? Alright, so we make one. Excuse me. Alright. So minor cable management complete. Power for those two is run. And I'm running fans all in the front, so let's up this one. And I've got enough room to run power all the way down through the bottom. Oh. Okay. Okay. Throw us off. All right. I need the adapter. So I have one more component to add into the mix here. Alright, I cracked it open. So this is going to be an RGB converter that's going to allow me to convert the 12-volt signal that comes off of the board into a usable signal by these lights, or by the fans, because the fans are newer than the motherboard. It doesn't have quite the same communication. Oh, is that magnetic? Barely. Weak magnet. Not going anywhere near that. So this is gonna, again, like I said, convert what is on this computer to what will work with the fans. Alright. I'm gonna build a PC for RuneScape. Right on, man. Whatever is your plunder. RuneScape's fun, Minecraft's fun. I was playing Subnautica recently. That's another fun one. They're all great games. Alright, so this goes on you. And so now I'm just going to run these cables around. How do I get that off? Or are those only male? Yep. Oh, okay. That's alright. Those two to connect. Alright, so cool enough is that each one of these came with like a little clip adapter to make sure that they don't come undone. Way to go, Cooler Master. Good job. As they said in Tim and Eric Awesome Show, great job. Alright, so that's one. Grab the next one. That will connect into here. And then a plastic covering for that. What a great little system. Glad you're liking it. Just gotta... Glad, yeah. I'm enjoying it, man. Oh, you're talking about the other guy's build. Yeah. Let me know what you think about that one, D. I got asked to give an opinion on it. It's what he's put together so far. So I gotta check that out. Alright, continue routing this. So all of those are good and happy up there. So we'll go to the next one. I'm just working my way around the case. Honestly, I've got, I think, one more left to do. And then that'll do it for the RGB. We, like I said, are steadily approaching. Just a Those two games. Oh my god. My RuneScape and Solitaire. All you need is snakes and sparklers. That's what's good. That's what I like. Anybody name the movie? Shouldn't be too hard. Except I think this whole circuit is backwards because this one is supposed to be the front. But we're not going to worry about that. Another one of these little plastic guys. Cool. So, oh, and then no, this actually just slides right into here. So these aren't 12 volt, these are... So we're going to try them as 5 volt. Let's grab the instructions. Good to... So ARGB means it's split. Yeah, that last would be... Yes, that would be terrible. So I'm actually going to need to look something up real quick. ARGB... Okay, so it goes to the power. So +5. Okay. And this one I'm not even really gonna mount. I'm putting it in here, but I'm not gonna... I'm just magnetic mounting for right now. Sweet. Well, it's not the prettiest. But it's getting there. Alright, so I have a 4-pin fan header down here, right? Where's the RGB header? I gotta find where the RGB is. Alright, I found it. So is it gonna make sense to go, yeah, through that one. So right now I'm just sending a wire through so that I could hook the splitter box up. So I can hook up all of the LEDs. There it is. Alright. Sorry. Not exciting, just pushing a wire. I have no clue what the color configuration is going to be when this thing turns on. Oh no.
Alright, I just ran into like a little bit of an issue, but resolvable. Just to peel like a rubber gasket off of one of the fans and able to be able to cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check out the build on Discord. Trying to get this, done, so I will check it out afterwards, but it sounds like it's something good. At least you're on the right path. I'll show you what I'm doing in here. So what happened was the RGB wire right here has to plug into this little slot, and there was a rubber fitting like right here that was in the way. So now what I've done is I've removed the rubber fitting and I'm just taking off this little plastic because it looks crappy. It's like white paper or something. So get you back up here. All right. I just wanted to remove some of this so it's not as much of an eyesore. Hopefully not even notice it. Excellent. All right. So I can plug that in now. That is 12 volt on this side, so those 4. Beautiful. Plugged in. That's a good sign. Alright, so that SATA's in, that one's in. We got a power. SATA 1. Alright, now power for SATA 2. Lost the stream, forgot to follow. Oh, yeah. PC building, there shouldn't be a lot of us doing it. It's becoming a lost art. Alright. What all needs power? This has got to come through. What else needs power? So we still need to power the LED thing, which we just sent over here. I'm going to start getting lazy with all of this. Alright, so we still need... I wonder if this power would work on this one. No. Not liking it. I tried. Okay. Alright, so it needs to be this end cable because it's got a flat connector going into it. So what I'll do is I'll tuck the excess down through there. This one can go to here. Tuck that in there. Yeah, that works. down here. That will hold that in place. And then data to be down. So this needs to go in that way. Alright, so we'll plug that in, then I'll tuck the other one in. Okay. Plugged and tucked. We're looking pretty smooth over here. I mean, there's a couple of spots that, you know, like I feel these fan wires could easily be tucked under this, and that would flow a lot better. Yeah. Okay. All right, one more to push through, and a graphics card to drop in, and we are just about ready to power up.
2 hours later. Alright, get it to where you can see what's going on here.
Okay, just doing some minor cable management when laying my power lines. So what I'm doing is I'm just putting off the excess by bending over the wire, so just doubling it back over. So what I'm doing is I'm tucking this wire behind this fan, and then I've S kind of curved over the wire so that it's not doing a 90-degree bend or anything, but I can take out some of the slack and make this wire shorter rather than longer than it needs to be. So I'll go ahead and move this into location. So I'm going to try to tuck this little curve thing behind the fan, and that'll hold this wire in place, the wire that's behind it, and hopefully make everything look really clean. So tuck that right like that, and then we'll plug it in. Hopefully I got enough room. Alright, so it didn't quite have enough room, so I had to roll it back a little bit. Still going to serve its purpose very well, but I just had to redo it. Alright, so this one's going to bend there, and then this one there. Nice. Alright, so now this shroud needs to come off. We're getting to the end, boys. 3.5 hours in. We're getting there. So I'll go ahead and take off these two guys, and I'm actually going to install the NVMe. I'm already getting excited about putting the graphics card in. Still got to put my hard drive in, which, I mean, not hard drive, SSD.
For that, I have a beautiful Western Digital Black NVMe. Go ahead and get this guy out. Oh yeah, that is beautiful. Alright, so this is probably the easiest component to install. So I'm going to unscrew one screw. One teeny special little screw. And we'll take the drive. The teeny little freaking drive. Looks so cool too. And I'll put this where you can see it maybe and not lose my screw. Here, how about I do this? I will turn the build around so that you can see me do this. Alright, so I'm installing an SSD. Place into slot. Placed in slot. And lay down. That's all there is to it. Place in slot, lay down. There. Yeah, it should give a nice little click. Alright, and that is the fastest thing in the computer, the SSD. Is that the Evo 970? Is the Evo 970 better? SN750 versus Evo 970. That's, I mean, I'm sure maybe in some ways the Evo's better, but SN750 versus Evo 970. So, a quick Google whenever the ads and stuff stop popping up. So the SN750 actually outperforms in a lot of ways. But so one's better in one area, one's better in another. So during the testing, it's noticeable that the SN750 is slower than a 970 Evo Plus, but in real life situations, it's hardly noticeable. So, marginally. I'm sure the price outweighed it. Like if I looked at the price of this versus a 970, I'm getting my bang for my buck with this. All right. So I think, do not over tighten the blah 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 blah. I don't think I need any instructions from that. It's the weirdest packing ever. And again, no stickers. Cool. Yeah, Damon knows his stuff on computers. I'll definitely be able to take a look at the build a little bit here, Dylan. I'm almost done with this. I at least want to get Windows up and installing. At least want to get you guys to see the computer turn on. Hopefully all is exactly as it's supposed to be. So SSD's in. We got one last step. We got to drop this bad boy in here and give it some power. So let's do it. I'll make sure slot's ready to receive. It is indeed. This is what this has been, the moment has been building to.
Oh, and I'm installing it in the wrong slot. I am also wondering what all of this is. I don't know if it was just some, like, seems like there's like patterning or like liquid, but there's definitely no liquid in there. Or oil. Feels like oil. Let's pour a Vivo Pro. It's great. It's almost full though. Yeah, that's the truth. All right, so I have to move this up to the top because I picked the wrong ports. All right. Try this again. Give this a quick slow job here. Okay. Carefully now. Oh yeah. That was a nice satisfying click. All right. Should have 2 of those screws. Okay. Oh no. And it's the same story as my previous build, so I have one unfortunate terror thing that I'm gonna have to custom mod. I'm gonna do it right here on the stream. So there's one downside to this case is that the bar that goes between the ports here is covering exactly where my exhaust ports on my graphics card are. So I actually need to do a mod to it. So last time I did this, I just did it with the graphics card in place and I scarred my card right there. And I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to pull the card out and we're going to saw this guy off because it doesn't need to be there. We thought, you know, the first time when I put the 2070 into my other build, I did not realize that that same metal bar was there, and I had actually ran my graphics card for some time with it in place, and that was probably not very good for it. Alright, so we'll yank this guy out for a little bit here, a little bit longer. We're close, but I gotta do something, and some people aren't gonna be happy about this. Alright, let's get the tools. Almost. Alright, so we're breaking out the old rotary tool. Okay. Alright. Next, I'm going to have to put down some protective
things.
Alright, so we're going to try to protect the computer at least a little bit. I'm not gonna overdo this, but at least want some sort of protection. So I'm just gonna Scotch tape this in. What do you know? We're actually doing some real computer building and modding. So, all right. I'm gonna grab your camera here, move you into an opportune location where you can see exactly what I'm doing. Now do we have enough light here? Alright, so the goal here is to make an incision across here, and then up here, across there. And let me decide where exactly to do that. All the way. So I could basically go till this little rib, that little rib right there. Okay. One last thing, it's just additional protection for the computer here. Just trying to block it from where I know some of the dust is going to go from this. Alright. Focus. There we go. I can get you real far in there. Okay, so it's spinning towards me, so I'm just going to start at one side and move my way towards myself. I'm going to go ahead and turn down the volume because that's like way loud for you. I don't know, it's just a drill master. There's no volume, it's just like, or no speed, it's just on off. Alright, well, that was the first part. Let's see, I think I got a good spot to do the second. I just do it right at the corner. Because I don't want to do it where the screw is. I want to do it where it's at least got some support. And then I'll clean this area up down here. I'm looking at where I'm going to do it on the top. Yep. So I'm just going to go right up in there. Do the same. Alright. So yeah, I was cutting the case because it was blocking, this bar in the middle was blocking the shroud, so I had to remove it, or blocking the fan ports. So I'm going to clean up these just a little bit. We'll clean up these end pieces and then we'll keep going. Come on. So that will conclude the dremeling. I'm satisfied with these results so far. So that's the clean cut for that guy. Got a nice little pile of metal shavings and stuff that showed up here, so I'll clean all that up. And then another one up top here. And I went and just rounded that out so that way it's not sharp, you know, in case a finger or something accidentally goes by here. And I just tried to, you know, round it out as best I can. So, all right, we'll return the camera to its original location. Hopefully this thing's gonna stick now. I don't think it is. All right, no, I stand to be corrected. All right. Well, no metal inside the computer. That's a good sign. Go ahead and take all this, get it out of here. Okay. Oop. Lost my stick. Cool. Well, I think a little bit of tidying and we're ready to turn on. I know I've been alluding towards that for a while now. You know, building a PC is a long process, but I'm happy with it now. So we can just drop the graphics card back in and call it. What did I do here? So we're just fixing one fan wire. There we go. Alright, and this connected to 5-volt and ground. Goes up here, up and out of the way. Well, let's get this graphics card in, and now that it's going to fit in the right spot and not be starved for an exhaust port. Okay. So I can go ahead and axe the Dremel now. Well, I'm close to making the will it turn on today cut off. I'm awfully close. Pref 1, VGA 1. Okay. So I just got to route this one cable here. Should be technically the shortest one. EVGA-B. Yeah, I considered the eye protection for that process, but it was all right. I was keeping my eyes out of the line of metal. As much metal as you listen to, I should listen to you. Oh yeah, it can breathe now. Much better. And what were the screws for the shroud? I guess these two. Okay. We do need to mount some I/O, which is the next. And I'm pretty sure outside of plugging in this power, the final step. Where can I draw this? Yeah. Alright, I found a good path for my power for the video card to take. Yep. That's it. Okay. VGA power. Okay.
Alright, now I/O. So the I/O in this case is kind of strange. It goes either over here, over there. In my case, I'm mounting it on the bottom because I think that's going to look the best in my situation. Getting close. So now I need to figure out where all of this I/O is going. Where's I/O go? Okay. So now I've got a clear path for my first wire. I'm going to be doing the USB 2.0 or 3.0 header, since it's the biggest and bulkiest and hardest to work with. Turning the cable so that's the right orientation. There it goes. Okay. So then that's coming out where? Right in the middle. So what's my clearest path? It's going to be right through here. And through this one. Alright, so just routed the USB cables now. I need to do the HD audio, which is a super easy one. I'm just going to send that the same path but in the opposite direction and just loop around the excess cable inside of the track. So I'm going to go left first. So I'm just going to pull up the excess through here for now. Route it to where I need it to go. Which is further down this track. Right to the other side, so now that's in this corner. So now I can get to it from the front. So there's that excess. Actually don't want that pushed up against that, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to tuck the excess back along the case. Alright, and we're getting to the really fun part, which is going to be the last, literally the last before we plug it in. So this is audio I/O. Okay, so I've just plugged in these two ports right there. And now the important part. Reset switch, power, and yeah, that's it. Just reset switch and power in the case light, I suppose, when it has power. So this definitely would have been easier with the provided adapter. However, I was not provided the adapter for various reasons. So I will be putting this in manually. That's the path that I wanted the other wire to take, but it didn't quite get over there. Okay. Here's another part that I'm regretting not doing way before all of this. Alright, so we have power switch, reset switch, all of those things down on the board. And of course the guide for all of it is below, so I'm going to need to look on the computer, which is handy because I have the manual right here. Well, I had the manual right here. MB manual G270 C270X Gaming K7. Beautiful. Give me your I/O. This is processor installation, RAM installation, expansion cards, SLI. Almost there. The op amp, power,
gonna be the last one. Yep, I already did SATA. There it is. Alright. So I'm looking at a diagram on my screen here that just tells me where each one of the plugs go for the power button and the reset button and those things. So power switch is top left and power LED is top left. Hard drive and reset are the bottom left. Chassis intrusion, power LED, and a speaker. What all things do we got? We got hard drive and reset. So those are the first two. Hard drive plus and then minus. So plus, minus, minus, plus. Plus, minus, minus, plus. Which honestly I don't think the polarity of a switch really matters. Power LED, plus and minus. LEDs, yes, but everything else, no. Yay, plus. I think I'm going to hit the goal. Power switch. Last connection. And we are in there like swimwear. Okay, technically everything is plugged in. I should do just a hair of cable management. I'm just going to tuck this back under here for now. We'll call that cable management. Excuse me. Alright, you want to see BIOS before bed. I get it. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and get the covers on. Might as well get it covered up. Make sure everything fits on. Alright. So there is first plate. Oh yeah, we are so in there. So my favorite thing about this case so far is that the bottom screws have rubber gaskets on them, so that this entire case could be put on its side and run as a flat case. So this is those rubber feet that it has. You'll see it when I'm installing on the back here. So each of these goes on. Immediately my favorite case. Okay. 3, 4. Cool. So this case like sits upright like that. So it's lifted off the ground so it breathes in and out. All right.
It's got some weight to it. It's definitely heavier than my previous build. I'll give it that. Alright. Nope, that's backwards. Maybe not. No, that was right. Alright. Just doesn't want to seem to thread. There it goes. That one went. Just pick another one. And oh, you know what? I forgot. I think I could do it without it, but there is what's it called? There she is. Alright, so one thing that automatically makes this case cooler than every other, no, I'm just kidding, is these grills that go on the front. So it's got a fan cover that just magnetically attaches, just like that. So maybe that one we can do on the top. And then we got another one for the front. So those screws actually had a still had a pretty good ways to go. And one shroud on the bottom. This one here, this one's a little bit different. So this one actually pops on with plungers. It felt better that way. And then we got these little rubber plungers that pop on. Okay. I don't know why they didn't just do a magnetic one on the bottom too, but whatever. Everybody has their reasons. Okay. Now for the everlasting battle of fighting fingerprints. All right. I'm gonna have to put some Rain-X on this. Whew. I got a whole static field here. Discharge, discharge. Whoever thought to put an acrylic panel on a PC? I didn't think about that one, but alright, I think I'm discharged. Alright. Well, this is the moment. I think we'll give it just like a power up. We'll just give it a power and see if it turns on. Well, I didn't turn it on in time for midnight, but I am considered the build is done. Like I finished before midnight. Watch everything be good, and then the power supply is just off. God, I hope I flipped it on. Alright. Here we go. Well, it didn't explode, so that's a good sign. I'll click the lights off, and hopefully we just get some RGB. I forgot to hit power. Question is, can I even get to the power button? Yes. Fortunately, I can. Alright. I don't have any power status on the board. Okay, well, now it is the real moment of truth. Does it work? Oh, it works. It works. Seems to be breathing pretty well. So we don't have any RGB yet. That's okay though. All the fans are just like revving up and revving down. So it seems like it just rebooted. So it sounds like it's in a boot loop, if I had to guess. But at least it's it's posted. And the fans are accelerating and decelerating as they're supposed to. All right. I guess I could set up my USB capture card and you could see what the post is. Alright, I'm going to give it a shutdown. Okay. I'll plug in my handy dandy USB capture card. Alright. Nice HDMI cable. So fresh and so clean. Get BIOS going. Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing a capture card so that you'll be able to see what's going on the computer on the screen here. So we need a video capture device, and we need add a new source instead, and AORUS LGP capture. Yay! Let's see if it works. And AVR. I think I just gotta look through it through the menu. AORUS, thank you. Stream engine, that's what I need. So I have to tell the AORUS device what where I'm pulling it from. Holy teeny, this is a 4K screen, and this application is like this big. 1080p, HDMI, yeah, that's the right things. Okay. Okay. So is that just gonna show it when it turns on? Let's see. Just the whole screen's just gonna go black in a second. Maybe? Hey, AORUS. Transform, reset. I guess I need a keyboard, right? I gotta plug some sort of peripheral into it. Oh, working on updates. Oh, it just booted my old computer? No questions asked? That's actually pretty funny. Oh, so it's running my 4K. So it actually booted up my previous OS. I wonder if it's like online. Like I can remote to it if it grabbed a Wi-Fi adapter and then just automatically made it wireless. I wonder. Let's see. I see my iMac and my ZenBook online. Yeah, my other computer had been on for a couple hours, but hey, look at that. It revealed my name. Oops. So this is navigating a computer without a keyboard or without a mouse. There we go, 100%. That didn't help me. And we're gonna apply right. So, I mean, it looks like it's working. I don't know why it's not reading the display correctly. You know, you can only get so many of these things right without trying something truly crazy. Yeah, those should be right. Let's try 720 just for the S's and G's. Use a mouse. Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. Custom. Select an option. 720 by 480. That's not. I've got more of the screen now. Oh, there we go. No, we're good now. Hit reset. Transforms. Beautiful. Okay. If I could get that a little bit bigger. Use the mouse. Whoops. There we go. Need mouse pad for mouse. This is a little weird with some delay. Alright, so what I need is go here, task manager, and I want to see lay performance. Oh yeah. 218, 16 gigs. The G and the C drive, so I'm not even utilizing this guy yet. WDSG, yeah, the 750, the 75 is going to be the fast one. There's really crucial. That doesn't make sense. Corsair Neutron DT. Oh, maybe I didn't. No, that's 1 terabyte, and that's 230. Yeah, I guess I swapped them. So, well, either way, it looks like it's working. Let's make sure that I have a 7700 under the hood, and I didn't even need to reinstall Windows. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm really surprised at that. What do I need here? I need settings. It seems to be running plenty cool. Got a little bit of heat coming off the top. Yeah, display. The latency from this video capture is a little late. Show us your temps. I'll get them. Yep, it does have the 7700K in there running at 4.2 gigahertz stock. Beautiful. Alright, you want to see the temps? Let's get to the afterburner. see. Alright, so GPU sitting at 40 right now, which it's air cooled. That don't surprise me. The RGB not being here is a little surprising. We'll get to that. So it looks like, I wonder if I can make this view a little bit bigger. Layouts. Alright, and see. Yeah, it's a little bit bigger. Oh no, where did chat? Oh yeah, chat's always over here. I was just trying to resize my OBS window, but yeah, it looks like we're running 42 on the graphics card, and then clock. That's usage. There we go, there's temp. So CPU temps are floating in the 40s, which is to be expected. I mean, 40 and 40, that's going to be standard for, you know, kind of my house. 36 or 38 is my ambient temperature. You know, it's going to be around that, so 40's not far off. It seems to be throttling a little bit, but I can pop open a game. I mean, it's not on the internet, so I'm limited on what games exactly. But what do we got? I don't think Skyrim's gonna start without a VR headset and all that jazz. I guess we'd start Steam. Yep, Steam's there. I'm using like a crappy mouse here. And I'm also working on like a teeny display. Oh, yeah, good call. Should just be able to launch that. I don't need... Oh, yep, I do. Use offline mode. So even just launching the game. Or even just launching the launcher. So let's see what sort of settings we're looking at right now. 1080p, 60 hertz, double buffer, quality custom. Low quality high. Full screen, exclusive full screen. Yeah, we can do all that. So I should get an FPS readout in the corner.
I'm so happy right now. This is so cool. Okay. So 60 degrees, 60%. Getting some warmth off the graphics card. So I'll Alt-tab over and see what the temps were during that test. So CPU was chilling at a nice 50. GPU was at 44. Alright, not bad for a 60 FPS test on Tomb Raider. Now let's turn the VSync off and see where we can really go. Temps cruising up to. Oh yeah, so we're getting into a nice 50. See, looks like we were breaking into a 60. I'm gonna let it chill on it for a minute and let's just see what happens. Sitting at. So we were sitting at a nice 60C on the graphics card. That's not too bad. I mean, this card's meant to run at 70 or 80, so I mean it'll do it. So we were looking at a 4.5 gigahertz clock. CPU usage sitting in the minimal to ramping at 50. And what were our temps? So we were showing temps in the 60s for the CPU as well. But yeah, we reached a peak of 66 with the menu.
Alright, so let's see what crazy frame rates this thing's capable of. I didn't know it could hear. I didn't know you could hear that game.
All right, what do we get? Minimum 294, maximum 382, average 341.
I'd say that's a success. I've seen. And we'll run it again.
And then I'll see what temps we're looking like between the two.
Two was my low last time. Yeah, Pub, we powered it on just at midnight. I called it done. I dropped all tools at 11:59 and said I'm ready to go. We just need to figure out how you guys can see it. So I had to put together a way for you to be able to see the stream or see the video output of the computer. But we're in the hundreds. I got doing the benchmark in Shadow of the Tomb Raider at high quality. So I'm gonna boost this now to like the ultra extreme quality and see where I'm looking at. But I'm looking at 360 frames per second right now, which considering I only have a 4K 60 frames per second monitor, I'm well within my range of capabilities. Oh yeah. 192 again, and 384. Yes, we can quit out of the game. Let's see what we were looking like on temps. So I was creeping up to 67 under load for the graphics card. Which, as an air-cooled card, you know, that's to be expected. I certainly expected with this whole build to be running 60 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius, which is, you know, in the 160 degrees Fahrenheit, 140 to 160. So, I mean, that's a reasonable temperature for a computer of this caliber. Let's go ahead and crank that on up. Tomb. Go to the options. So we have VSync off, quality. We're gonna go ultimate. Why not put ice on it? Because H2O bad for computer. Hey kid, I'm a computer. Stop all the downloading. Oh, computer. Play. So the next thing will be getting everything configured, getting the RGB all set up. Looks like I'm already running an XMP profile on the RAM, so that's a good thing. 260 and we were getting 300s. So we'll let it get warmed up with the, what's it called? Title screen here. And we'll just talk about the build a little bit. So I'm happy with this. You know, the case is beautiful. Haven't kicked the RGB on the fans on yet, but imagine when I do, this whole thing's just gonna light up with whatever color I pick. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fans. You know, these sort of seem to be drawing in a pretty good amount of air. Everything inside the case looks really cool. I got one sticker to peel off and I forgot. But I mean, everything seems to be functional. Alright. We'll give it a shot here. Let's see what the benchmark does. Alright, so in Ultimate we're coming in right at just under 200. My card set to target around 70 anyways, because I have it set to go to max AC or max airflow whenever it approaches 70 degrees. So when it hits there, it's already giving it the full cooling effect. I don't mind the volume. I would rather the card be cool and run better than me not hear the fan running. 230. I'm gonna guess it went down to 160 at some point. 150, so drop to 150 and max at 230. So again, even playing this game with VSync on at 1080p is going to be perfectly fine. You know, this rig is definitely going to be VR capable. You know, it's able to do all the things. You know, I'll be using it, like I said, for design, for gaming, VR, streaming. It's a multi-purpose machine. Really surprised that Windows just booted up. Like, it didn't complain that I just moved a bunch of hardware, switched to processor. Like, it just took a fresh copy of Windows and went right over. So how much was this? Alright, so total build cost. So for the motherboard, the processor, and the RAM, I paid $500. And that's just a round number. About the power supply for 80 and the case for 60, so that's 140, so plus 500, so 640. The graphics card was $500, so 1140. Fans, I probably spent like $50, so we'll say 1200. Cooler I had to buy today was $80, 1300. A couple adapters. We'll say altogether this build is be $1,400. You know, some of it was bought used. The motherboard, the processor, and the RAM was bought used. I didn't plan on having to buy an AIO, but you would have to buy some cooler of some sort. But you know, there were some areas that I could have gone a little more impressive, like the power supply that I chose as a bronze rather than a silver or gold, so I cut a little bit of a corner there. You know, it's an extra $40 to $80 that I didn't necessarily want to spend or have to spend. I mean, cash out of pocket for this build right now is only like $800. And that's because, you know, I got some trade-in value on some things, but you know, I purchased the 2070, you know, 2 years ago, so, or I guess, a year ago. So I can't really count that into I couldn't really count that in to the cost, but literally wanted to cry. I sat here for 6 hours waiting. I'm sorry, Twitch, it took so long. It took longer than expected. I was, distracted a little bit, but for good reasons. The build's together. It works. I'm going to run the bench one more time, and then we'll take a look at temps, and I'm going to call it for this stream. So I technically already have that. So I technically already have that. So this is my VR room and office / other things. So that's why I green screen right here. So I have a window AC unit that's actually behind my monitor. So I have a window AC unit that blows onto my VR space. You can't even see that. So window AC unit that blows onto the VR space. In case you're curious, yes, I did just grab my monitor. Just shove it across the room. It's on an articulating mount, so I can actually send the monitor all the way down to my desk. Tilted more, or in the event I'm doing something on my desk, I'm just taking my monitor and swing it over and out of the way. So I can have more usable space there. Yeah. Imagine for the smallest thing, it stopped working. Oh, yeah, it definitely did. When I went to turn it on, the power switch on the inside, where the back of the power supply is, was off. So I had to yank out the screws again and do it. So yeah, I'm totally glad that it's working too. This is really cool. It wasn't a huge upgrade for me. It was more, I would have ideally liked to have waited for the 8th gen or 9th gen to come down in price to where I purchased this at. But time's time, and my buddy had just upgraded, so it made sense for me to pick up his rig, or pick up the remnants of his rig and make a new one, because mine was just not cutting it anymore. So, anyways, I think that's gonna call it for this stream. I'm gonna turn it back onto the computer here, maybe find a cool thumbnail, or install the I guess, what is Gigabyte's RGB screen? I don't even know. I don't have internet on this computer yet, so there's not a whole lot that I can do. I mean, it has Wi-Fi, but I haven't installed the drivers for it or anything yet. It just needs to touch the internet just long enough to download all of its stuff, and then it's good to go. But I'm excited about this. This is really cool. I would set it up right now, but it is running, and I have a hard drive in it, so I really need to shut it off before I set it up right. So yeah, we'll do the shutdown. I need to move this out of the way so I can see. And shut down. Sweet. Yeah. Spotify, back up in sync. Why do you even need to do something? You ain't got nothing going on. You ain't even on no internet. Hey, you're out west, they got internets. Yeah, and out west, they say out east, they got internets. Alright. So here's the final thing. Power button's down here. Let's see if we can get you a good angle. Alright, so power. Whoosh. Everything kind of comes to life. Still got to figure out getting RGB to all of the fans. But at least it's got the beautiful 2060 light. Or 27, excuse me. Mind your place. The IO cooler. Do some glamour shots around it. So right now I don't have the back plate on because it didn't get sent with it. So I'll get the back plate whenever. So this is what the rear looks like. We did have to do a true mod to the case, which was cut this bar out so that my video card could breathe. So backside. Cool pattern on the top. Magnetic dust filter. Acrylic front plate. I like the IO being right there. Front side. Same as the top. It's a nice cooler. Or the fan shroud. I'm stoked. I'm stoked. Can't wait to hook it up to the Vive, see what it can do. It's certainly going to hang a lot more than the 4790 did. Well, I do also appreciate you all hanging out with me for this process. This was obviously not on y'all's schedule, and you decided to hang out with me for this time, so I'm happy that you did that. I enjoyed talking with you guys. I'm definitely going to go on and check out that build that y'all wanted me to look at. Who's that? Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy even stopped by. How did I miss that? Yeah, I don't know. I missed that whole conversation. Shows how good it shows how efficient of a streamer I am. Can't even keep up with chat. Who is this guy? What even is it? Well, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna call that a critical success. We'll go ahead and find that one. Is that right? No, audio 2. That one. And then that one. Yeah, that's what I should have had on the whole time. Why didn't I have that when I was doing the glamour shots? I'm dumb. Alright, sorry. I should blank out anytime I do that. Alright, so taking a peek at the backside here. This is what she's looking like. I, as I said earlier, don't have the plate on because Buddy didn't ship it with it. So I'll get this back plate on as soon as I get it. We did have to do a custom mod of, carving or grinding off that thing. It worked out really well. Glad I didn't consume metal dust or anything like that. I really like the top cover. This dust filter is a really great idea. It hides the screws. I don't even see them. Like, I don't know that they're there. I mean, that's a really cool way to do it. I've never seen that done on a rig before. So this is side. Got the nice EVGA 2070 logo. I wish that was RGB, but I like the blue. I think the blue is really cool. We got an H60i in here, and that's up top. RAM looks nice. One of my favorite parts of this case is the I/O here and power. I thought that's really unique how they decided to do that. I'll probably set up the reset switch to be a RGB cycle light. And then on the front we got the same as on the top. We got that wicked cool dust filter, magnetic. There's the power supply and there's another fan down there. And again, as mentioned, this case does work flat. Like, you can lay it down on its side, and it's got these nice little rubber feet. Not really for clearance or anything like here, but it does, you know, allow it to prop up, and it just looks nice and works good. I do feel a little bit of warmth on the back of this from that 8 TB hard drive, so I'm thinking that the back plate here is going to act like as a heat sink for that drive. That's a good thing. So, yeah, I am stoked. This was really fun. I'm glad that I finally got to build this. It was a miracle that I even got to work on this today, because it didn't really show up on time. Drop down. Yeah, the parts didn't show up on time. They were supposed to show up Thursday, and then it was delayed until Friday, and they said they were going to deliver between a window, and they delivered like 45 minutes before the window. So, and then Labor Day weekend, post office wasn't open, and I go to post office this morning, and they're like, oh, we're actually open from 10 to 2 because of COVID hours and stuff. So, I really felt like this wasn't coming together, and you know, the pièce de la resistance on the whole project is that, like, I finally get the package with the motherboard and the radiator in it, and when I crack it open, the radiator had a hole in it. So it was, I had to go to the store and purchase a radiator in lieu of that. But, you know, it worked out, and everything came together. It turned on the first try, which, I mean, I was expecting that, but something could always go wrong. I mean, it technically didn't turn on the first try because the power supply wasn't on, but I picked up on that one pretty quick and was able to get that resolved. So, but again, thank you for joining throughout this process. If you like what you saw, make sure you do the subscribe thing, or follow, or if you're on the Twitch, if you're on the YouTube, the subscribe, like, all the comment, subscribe, yeah, all that jazz. I ain't gonna do it. Don't make me do the song and dance. Don't make me do it. I'll do it if you want me to. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and call it for this stream, and as the camera falls, we'll see you next time with some VR tomorrow. Be there, or I won't. All right, y'all. We'll see you next time.